until this stone we found. So it's a world of the ordinary. You got me kissing the.
I believe that identity is the internalized story we tell ourselves that this is who we are, where we have been, where we are headed.
Look out, 'cause here I go. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum.
The conference has been very enlightening.
It's actually my first time. I wasn't able to make it last year.
So far, I've had a wonderful time here.
It's been a very, very wonderful experience. It was something I
How do you like to be corrected?
Okay, so I love to be corrected with love. I don't like people correcting me with a lot of, hate or being condescending. Yeah, correct me with so much love and you get me all wet and happy.
Come on, hey. I want us to do this together.
Panelists, the different speakers have talked about mental health and identity and how it's positively and negatively influences your mental health. It's very good. Most times we doctors, we tend to take care of everybody and then forget ourselves. So now I'm going to make sure that I will take a step back, relax and have some self-care.
I must say that I feel a lot better just by coming here today.
I think Nigerian youths and both old and young persons really need conferences like this.
Like I would have regretted if I didn't come.
amazing so far. I will definitely come again and again and again. Talk to people about it again and again.
Everybody, can you feel the groove? Grab somebody, let it go. Ooh, everybody, can you feel the groove? Grab somebody, let it go.
Get ready for 2025. Yeah, in Lagos.
Do ya breathe in, take my breath.
Mark your calendar.
Panelists, the different speakers have talked about mental health and identity and how it's positively and negatively influences your mental health. It's very good. Most times we doctors,
we tend to take care of everybody and then forget ourselves. So now I'm going to make sure that I will take a step back, relax and have some self-care.
I must say that I feel a lot better just by coming here today.
I think Nigerian youths and both old and young persons really need conferences like this.
Like I would have
and it could be
get me all wet and happy.
Come on, hey, 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 hey. I want us to do this together.
The angels up in the clouds until this known we found. So it's a world for the ordinary. You got me kissing the
I believe that identity is the internalized story we tell ourselves that this is who we are, where we have been, where we are headed.
Look out, 'cause here I go. Come on, and I'm marching on to the beat I drum.
The conference has been very enlightening.
It's actually my first time. I wasn't able to make it last year.
So far, I've had a wonderful time here.
It's been a very, very
Come on, hey, 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 hey. I want us to do this together.
we need to promote
angels up in the clouds until this known we found. So it's
believe that identity is the internalized story we tell ourselves that this is who we are, where we have been, where we are headed.
Look out, 'cause here I go. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum.
The conference has been very enlightening.
It's actually my first time. I wasn't able to make it last year.
So far, I've had a wonderful time here.
It's been a very, very wonderful experience. It was something I needed.
I didn't come here expecting to learn this much. It's been very enlightening.
I really enjoyed today. So I'm very thankful to the convener and the administration.
Remove your mask.
How do you like to be corrected?
Okay, so I love to be corrected with love. I don't like people correcting me with a lot of, hate or being condescending. Yeah, correct me with so much love and you get me all wet and happy.
I want us to do this together.
Make you lose focus or make you lose a sense of self, you have to define, you have to reiterate to them that this is who I am.
This vision was given to you. In your life and your vision, everybody else can be wrong.
Remember to put yourself first. If you die today, those people that you're stressing about, all of them will become what they are meant to be.
People say, oh, I'm depressed and I've been depressed, and they carry the depression on their chest like it's their new form identity. No, you may be going through depression, but it's not who you are.
In form of the words we say to ourselves or the deeds that we do to ourselves.
You have issues, you have mental health issues, but you want to appear to be happy. For who? Who are you pleasing? Let go of external validation.
If you do not know who you are, you're not making a choice that will work for you. There are no perfect people, so you can forgive yourself now. We have to create spaces where people can go when they're being abused.
It should be done more often because there is so much to learn.
Find purpose, even through.
The angels up in the clouds are jealous, no we found something so wild for the ordinary. You got me kissing the.
I believe that identity is the internalized story we tell ourselves that this is who we are, where we have been, where we are headed.
Look out, 'cause here I go. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum.
The conference has been very enlightening.
It's actually my first time. I wasn't able to make it last year.
So far, I've had a wonderful time here.
It's been a very, very wonderful experience. It was something I needed.
I didn't come here expecting to learn this much. It's been very enlightening.
I really enjoyed today. So I'm very thankful to the convener and the administration.
Remove your mask.
be corrected?
Okay, so I love to be corrected with love. I don't like people correcting me with a lot of, hate or being condescending. Yeah, correct me with so much love and you get me all wet and happy.
Come on, hey, 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 hey. I want us to do this together.
The angels up in the clouds are jealous, don't we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the
I believe that identity is the internalized story we tell ourselves that this is who we are, where we have been, where we are headed.
Look out, 'cause here I go. Come on, and I'm marching on to the beat I drum.
The conference has been very enlightening.
It's actually my first time. I wasn't able to make it last year.
So far, I've had a wonderful time here.
It's been a very, very wonderful experience. It was something I needed.
I didn't come here expecting to learn this much. It's been very enlightening.
I really enjoyed today, so I'm very thankful to the convener and the administration.
Remove your mask.
How do you like to be corrected?
Okay, so I love to be corrected with love. I don't like people correcting me with a lot of, hate or being condescending. Yeah, correct me with so much love and you get me all wet and happy.
Come on, hey, 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 hey. I want us to do this together.
The angels up in the clouds are jealous, don't we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the
I believe that identity is the internalized story we tell ourselves that this is who we are, where we have been, where we are headed.
Look out, 'cause here I go. Come on, and I'm marching on to the beat I drum.
The conference has been very enlightening.
It's actually my first time. I wasn't able to make it last year.
So far, I've had a wonderful time here.
It's been a very, very wonderful experience. It was something I needed.
I didn't come here expecting to learn this much. It's been very enlightening.
I really enjoyed today, so I'm very thankful to the convener and the administration.
your mat.
How do you like to be corrected?
Okay, so I love to be corrected with love. I don't like people correcting me with a lot of, hate or being condescending. Yeah, correct me with so much love and you get me all wet and happy.
Come on, hey, 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 hey. I want us to do this together.
The angels up in the clouds are jealous, knowing we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the
I believe that identity is the internalized story we tell ourselves that this is who we are, where we have been, where we are headed.
Look out, 'cause here I go. And I'm marching out to the beat I draw.
The conference has been very enlightening.
It's actually my first time. I wasn't able to make it last year.
So far, I've had a wonderful time here.
It's been a very, very wonderful experience. It was something I needed.
I didn't come here expecting to learn this much. It's been very enlightening.
I really enjoyed today. So I'm very thankful to the convener and the administration.
Remove your mat.
How do you like to be corrected?
Okay, so I love to be corrected with love. I don't like people correcting me with a lot of, hate or being condescending. Yeah, correct me with so much love and you get me all wet and happy.
Come on, hey, 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 hey. I want us to do this together.
The angels up in the clouds are jealous, knowing we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the
I believe that identity is the internalized story we tell ourselves that this is who we are, where we have been, where we are headed.
Look out, 'cause here I go. And I'm marching out to the beat I draw.
The conference has been very enlightening.
It's actually my first time. I wasn't able to make it last year.
So far, I've had a wonderful time here.
It's been a very, very wonderful experience. It was something I needed.
I didn't come here expecting to learn this much. It's been very enlightening.
I really enjoyed today. So I'm very thankful to the convener and the administration.
your mouth.
How do you like to be corrected?
Okay, so I love to be corrected with love. I don't like people correcting me with a lot of, hate or being condescending. Yeah, correct me with so much love and you get me all wet and happy.
Unoccupied, please do well to occupy them so those who come in later would sit behind and not block you. You know how it is when you're seated comfortably and somebody comes in late and they're trying to sit and they're blocking you and say, sit down now, sit down now. I'll now go, no, it's because you sat at the back so that the person coming late is now sitting in front. So please do well to move forward. Let's close up the gaps. It's a good time to close up the gaps. Thank you to those who are moving. Thank you. We love you. We cherish you. We are grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our speakers are also here, so yay. I see some of our speakers still coming in, so yay, more. Fantastic. Thank you all so much. We will rise together in honor of our great country, Nigeria. But before we do that for the Nigerian national anthem, we're still in the mood of the independence celebration. It is my joy, my honor to welcome a woman of many parts, many stories, a woman of strength, timber and caliber, no sawdust. Let's welcome Yinka Davis as she leads us to the Nigerian national anthem. Please rise.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. The tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so in peace and plenty, Nigeria must be
Auntie Yinka, thank you so much. Somebody say amen to that prayer. She changed it from Nigeria may be blessed to Nigeria must be blessed. Somebody believe that Nigeria must be blessed? Oh yes, Nigeria must be blessed. And that is one of the reasons why we have the conversation today about trauma is not the end of the story, because many of us Nigerians have been traumatized even by Nigeria itself and many things within Nigeria. But that's not the end. That could indeed be the opening to a brand new story. And those are the conversations that would happen today. So are you happy to be here? Yes, you are. Please put your hands together for the Mental Health Conference 3.0. Woo! Allow me to recognize our keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako, who is ably represented by the Medical Director of Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Yaba, Dr. Olubenga Owoye, Consultant Neuropsychiatrist. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence today. Welcome, sir. Our second keynote speaker, Mr. Olumide Akpata, is also here and has been seated comfortably. Good morning. Many of us know him as the legal luminary that he is and the former president of the Nigeria Bar Association. Seated very comfortably next to him is my Oga at the top. Somebody say my Oga at the top. You know, there's a sign when you say my Oga at the top. What's that sign? My Oga, my Oga. He is not only husband to the convener, he is leader to the convener. He is mentor to her and us. Father, friend, sponsor, sugar daddy, boyfriend, you know, all those sweet things in between. Please celebrate Mr. Yusuf Kadiri, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Sponsor number one. Thank you so much, sir. Our speakers, different speakers for the day are here and seated. Please celebrate them and appreciate the moderators, panelists. Thank you. Representatives of our sponsors are also here from Sterling Bank, Eat and Go, Seplat Energy, Nestle, Her Leap Network, the Alternative Bank, Modre Foods, Saudat Salami Foundation, Sense by Tega, Pinnacle Health Radio, Pinnacle Mental Health Institute, Pinnacle Speak Out Initiative, Pinnacle Medical Services, and the physicians. Please appreciate our sponsors for making this happen today. I am also here this morning, and my name is Joyce Daniels, Queen of Talk, Master of Ceremonies 3.0, 2.0, 1.0, and by God's grace, 4.0. I'm honored and delighted to be here again, because if the cause is for the betterment of humanity and people and Nigeria, then we should all be here, and I'm honored to be called up. It is now my privilege to welcome to stage our convener, whom I call Senior Maymunah, because she was my senior in secondary school, for those who don't know. But to the rest of the world, she is Africa's premier celebrity shrink. Nobody, in my opinion and recollection, made the discussion of mental health so clear and open until she took that space. She's a forerunner, she's a pioneer, she's a mental health advocate, promoter. She is all these things and more to us and across borders. Please celebrate Dr. Maymunah Yusuf Kadiri. Woo! Whoop! 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 Woo! Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. Welcome, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being part of my journey. Whew. Another day, another movement, another story. And I'm really pleased for the people that have been with me when the concept of starting this journey started, and we are still on it. Even if at every point in time I'm like, I'm not doing it again. Thank you so much to my amazing husband. You know, you need that person who will give you wings to fly. And he has been there all through. Behind the scenes, in hot pepper, hot tears, and everything in between. Thank you so much. Thank you. Once again, I'm here not to give a story, but here to encourage us, empower us, inspire us to do more. And of course, to my husband, amazing best friend, Mr. Olumide Akpata. our keynote speaker. My guy is here. Oh. Dr. Gbenga, where you know, when you finish from medical school and you say you want to go and do residency, you have to go to a particular place. And Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital was my place. And right now, he is the medical director of that place. Thank you so much, sir. I see all my people. Dr. Jato Silvanos, Stanbic IBTC sitting. Mrs. Diola Kingsley James, Tega, my sister, my friend, my mentee. Josephine, of course, if you know any pharmacy, Net Pharmacy, she's right there. She's the one. And Dr. Babia Woshika, all the Milo you've been drinking, Nescafe, na them, they've been there all our lives. Thank you so much. And to every one of you that took time out, your busy schedule on a Friday to be here with me, I'm truly, 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 truly grateful. I don't want to forget this at the end of my speech. That is why I'm doing it right now, because it's very easy to forget the people that have been there with you, that took time out and said, look, I am going to be here today. It's even raining, but we are here. And to all our online attendees, of course, I can't forget them, because people, even if it's online, we should really be as much as possible to put the, greet them and thank them for all the good works they are also doing. So good morning, trailblazers. Good morning. Truth seekers, change makers, torch bearers of healing. Standing here today, I am reminded of something I've learned in all my years as a psychiatrist. Every human soul is a library. And trauma is that one chapter some of us keep hidden under lock and key. Not because we are weak, but because turning the page feels like touching fire with bare hands. 3 years ago, we began this sacred journey together. In our first edition, we dare to ask, what lies behind the marks? And many of you courageously removed the polished faces you wore, revealing pain, resilience, and humanity. In our second edition, we asked again, who are you? And you told us about identity, your battles with belonging, your wars with self-worth, and your triumphs is becoming. And now, here we are in the third edition. This time, we go deeper into the unspoken, into the unhealed, into the unlit rooms of our souls and whisper, trauma, what's your story? Trauma is not just what happened to you. It's what keeps happening inside you long after the world thinks you should be fine. Of course, in recent times, a lot has happened in our nation, directly and indirectly. So you don't need to be at the scene of the event, but you feel traumatized with the stories, and social media, of course, is not helping matters to bring it to the foreburner. So it is the smiles that hides a scream. It is the success story written on shaking hands. It is the laughter that echoes over a battlefield no one else can see. Some of us walk around like shattered glass, glittering on the outside, but bleeding silently within. Others carry invisible backpacks filled with old grief and guilt, so heavy they can't run towards their dream, even if they want to. But hear me clearly. You are not broken. You are becoming. Your story may be stained, but it is not spoiled. Your pain is part of your past, not your permanent address. So today, I invite you to see trauma not as a tomb, but as soil. Yes, soil. The kind that is dark, messy, and full of decay, but also the kind where seeds take out. the seed of healing, the seed of your voice, the seed of your power. Because every time you tell your story, you take the pen back from the pain and you begin to write your future. Your pen is not a full stop. It is a comma. A pause before the rest of your sentence. I'm not here to tell you to move on now. I'm here to tell you to move through. To walk through the fire until you find your gold. To cry until your tears start to water your dreams. To scream until your voice becomes your power. Because healing is not linear. It is spiral. You will revisit the same places, but each time you rise a little higher. So rise. Rise from the ashes of what tried to destroy you. Rise from the silence that tried to erase you. Rise not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. The world needs your story. Not the polished one, but the powerful one. The one that proves survival is possible. So I want to let each and every one of us here know today, this conference is not just an event. It is a revolution of remembrance, a sanctuary for stories, a battlefield for healing, and a birthplace of hope. So what is your story? Say it, write it, sing it, scream it if you must, but whatever you do, don't hide it. The world doesn't need perfect people. It needs powerful people. People who have walked through pain and still choose love. So everyone, welcome to the 3rd edition of the 3rd Mental Health Conference. This is not just another event. This is a movement. This is your moment. This is the beginning of your becoming. As I conclude, please indulge each and every one of us to rise. Let us take our mental health pledge. At this point, can I kindly invite my husband, Prince Chief Yusuf Kadiri, SAN, to come on stage with me. Thank you. This is a pledge that is, this is not just a pledge, it is a promise to ourselves, to each other, and to generations yet to come. So let us start. I say your name. We ensure that discrimination and stigma attached to mental health is reduced to the barest minimum. And I will do this by educating myself and others. I also pledge to continue to learn, grow, and boost my knowledge about mental health by gathering resources and attending events in my community and beyond. To spread the word and encourage help-seeking behaviors. I will walk and talk and be mentally aware. I will also support people with mental health challenges in schools, workplaces, and communities. I also pledge to promote the provision of quality services for persons living with mental illnesses on the same footing as physical health. Also to put self-care above stress and overcommitment, respecting my limits and choosing balance. I also pledge to encourage others to join this campaign in normalizing mental health conversations and building a culture of compassion. So help me God. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. You may have your seat. Thank you.
Overcommitment people, now they here. We know ourselves. When you heard that part, well, how did you feel? Like, hey, should I put my hand down or up? Should I stop speaking or should I continue? These are the things that cause us to be. And if we will follow the pledge as said, then we would find we would live much healthier, balanced, happier lives. Please appreciate Dr. Maymunah Kadiri, our convener of the Mental Health Conference, Africa's celebrity shrink. I will soon remove that word, that name Africa, because we're gone beyond Africa. The global celebrity shrink and foremost mental health advocate. Thank you so much. She made us make strong commitments today. And I'm hoping that we would have a video recording later that would show you where you were making these commitments. So that when they say to you, something happens at some point, you won't go, wait, it will be, I'm an advocate. Yes, you said, what happened? What should we do? Okay, let's find solution, not, they happen to Nigerians. I beg, just go and drink Gary Joe, you'll be all right. It's, you know, those are the things that many of us have said when we hear people are trying to recover from trauma and all, say, Igbo people's word. We don't call more. Now we have pledged to become advocates for the support and restoration of anyone who's gone through or who is going through. And more importantly, is that we would live healthy, balanced lives. So everybody who pledged, wave your hands and say, we remember our pledges. Oh, some hands are not coming up again. Like, I didn't know that's what I was going to pledge to. No, now we know. And we are grateful for that. Our first keynote for today will take us into the conversation on trauma, justice, and resilience, building a society that heals. Because if it's not a communal effort, at some point our individual efforts will begin to diminish and we'll get tired. So we need a whole community. And I know that we would definitely hear pointers that would help each and every one of us build that community that heals together. Please join me receive our first keynote speaker for today at the Mental Health Conference 3.0, legal luminary, former president of the Nigeria Bar Association, friend of the family, now a mental health advocate, which I know he has always been. Please welcome Mr. Olumide Akpata as he comes to the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning. Just like Joyce, I always wonder why when you say good morning from the podium, everybody is hesitant to respond. Good morning. Firstly, I want to thank the convener, my sister, Dr. Maymunah Kadiri, for this invitation. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity. I know how passionate she is about the subject, and for you to decide that I should be a keynote speaker here tells me that you hold my views very seriously on the matter, for you to allow me to this platform to speak on the issue. And by extension, since 2:01 now, I must also greet my brother, the Yerima of the Sacred Auchi Kingdom, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Alhaji Yusuf Kadiri, for being a model husband. Because, and for those who don't know, we are not just mouthing words here. In him, we see commitment. We see commitment to his better half. We see that he does not pay lip service to anything that concerns Maymunah, and very, very inspired by you. And I greet everyone else. I ask you to please forgive me. I was about to say I will rest on protocol, but none has been. Madam MC, have you established protocol? Let us just make it as informal as possible. So I greet everyone. I know that the representative of the Honorable Minister is here, so I greet you, sir, and through you, our Honorable Minister. I have a speech which has been designated a keynote speech. Bear with me, please just hear me out. Hear my thoughts on this matter. I was asked to speak on the topic trauma, justice, and resilience, building a society that heals, forgive me. And I've tried to do justice to it. At the end of the day, if you think I did well, come and let me know. If you think I did not, just leave me alone. I don't want PTSD. In Nigeria today, we speak endlessly about insecurity, inflation, unemployment, and corruption. These conversations dominate our news cycles, our dining tables, and our political discourse. Yet one subject that rarely receives the attention it deserves is mental health. The cruel irony is this: all the challenges I have just listed contribute directly and heavily to the development of mental health in our society. The daily struggle to survive in an economy that seems determined to break the human spirit. The uncertainty of tomorrow in a nation where planning feels futile. The crushing weight of familial and societal expectations. The epidemic of unemployment and underemployment, especially among our youth, which breeds feelings of worthlessness and hopelessness. The complete absence of adequate social safety nets that leave people, that leaves people one crisis away from complete collapse. These are not just abstract realities. They are lived experiences that take a profound toll on the minds and souls of millions of Nigerians. Mental health is often dismissed precisely because it is invisible. We cannot see depression the way we see a broken limb. We cannot photograph anxiety the way we document floods or accidents. We cannot measure trauma with a thermometer or capture it on an X-ray. Yet, these invisible conditions affect productivity more severely than physical illness. They disrupt families more completely than economic hardship alone. They fuel crime, domestic violence, substance abuse, and in their most extreme manifestations, they lead to suicide. I don't know if I did this. I didn't do this. Can we give Maymunah a round of applause, please? Because I don't want to forget. We have spoken on this issue, she and I, a lot of times. And I just want to commend you for your consistency, because this is an almost thankless struggle, or it's almost thankless effort. But it's so important. I just thought I should mention that. Thank you, because we're in the 3rd edition and it can only get better. Trauma, whether from poverty, violence, loss, or systemic injustice, does not simply disappear. It lives in the body. It shapes behavior. It passes from generation to generation. And when our systems of justice fail to recognize this, when our institutions punish rather than heal, we create more trauma, not less. We perpetuate cycles instead of breaking them. The fundamental question we must confront today is this: can Nigeria truly evolve, develop, and claim its place amongst nations of the world if our people are not mentally healthy? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the answer is a resounding no. A nation is only as strong as the collective mental wellness of its citizens. We cannot build a prosperous society on the foundations of a traumatized, anxious, depressed, and broken people. Today I want to speak about trauma, about justice, and about resilience, about how these three elements are interconnected, about how trauma unaddressed becomes cycles of pain, about how justice without compassion perpetuates harm, and about how resilience, true resilience, can only be built when we commit to healing as individuals, as communities, and as a nation. Understanding mental health beyond the stereotypes. The World Health Organization teaches us that mental health is not merely the absence of illness, but a state of well-being where individuals can cope with the normal stresses of life, work productively and fruitfully, and contribute meaningfully to their communities. The WHO emphasizes that mental health is far more than the absence of mental disorders. It is about actively managing conditions where they exist, and equally importantly, it is about maintaining wellness and happiness where they already flourish. For far too long in Nigeria, mental health has been framed only in terms of severe psychiatric illness. It has been associated with derogatory and dehumanizing terms like madness, lunacy, craze, colo, head touching. Walk through any Nigerian city and you will see people living with untreated mental illness, wandering the streets, often naked, talking to themselves, scavenging for food. We have normalized this tragedy. We step over them, we drive past them, we teach our children to avoid them. This narrow, stigmatizing view has left millions of people living with conditions like depression, anxiety, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and bipolar disorder completely misunderstood and utterly unsupported. A banker suffering from crippling anxiety, a teacher battling depression after a personal loss, a trader experiencing symptoms of PTSD after witnessing violence, a student contemplating suicide due to academic pressure and family expectations. These are not people we see as needing mental health support, yet they desperately do. When we reframe mental health as a human right, rather than as a medical luxury or a mark of weakness, we fundamentally change the conversation. It reminds us that everyone, whether a child in a village school, a trader in Balogun Market, a corporate executive in Victoria Island, a farmer in rural Kaduna, or a public servant in Abuja, everyone is entitled to mental wellness. It affirms that dignity, equality, and inclusion are not privileges reserved for the elite, but obligations we owe one another as members of the human family. This reframing is essential to building a society that heals, because healing is not just an individual journey. It is a collective responsibility. True resilience is not about suffering in silence or being strong. True resilience is about creating systems, structures, and communities that support recovery, that acknowledge pain, and that provide pathways to wellness. Let us look at the legal framework that exists, coming from colonial times to modern rights. Historically, Nigeria's legal framework on mental health was guided by the Lunacy Act of 1958, even by the name itself. You know there's a problem. A colonial relic that treated people with mental illness as less than human. This archaic legislation used terms such as idiots, lunatics, and persons of unsound mind to describe Nigerians. The law granted medical practitioners and magistrates sweeping powers to detain individuals indefinitely, often without proper assessment, without recourse, and without safeguards against abuse. Under this law, a person could be locked away for decades, forgotten by family and society, stripped of all dignity and agency. Imagine that. Imagine being at your most vulnerable, at your most fragile, and instead of receiving care, you are imprisoned, you are labeled, you are dehumanized. It took decades of advocacy, research, and pressure before Nigeria finally passed the Nigerian Mental Health Act in 2023. This act marks a monumental step forward in our legal and social evolution. It explicitly prohibits discrimination against persons with mental health conditions. It ensures the protection of their fundamental human rights. It emphasizes the integration of mental health services into general health care, rather than treating it as a separate, stigmatized category. It provides for access to education, vocational training, and the right to participate fully in society. The passage of this law was a victory. But let us not fool ourselves. The passage of the law is only the first step. The real test, the true measure of our commitment lies in implementation. Today, according to the Association of Psychiatrists in Nigeria, as recently reported in November 2024, there are fewer than 200 psychiatrists serving 200 million Nigerians. I hope this number is not true. With most concentrated in urban centers like Lagos and Abuja. This translates to a staggering ratio that falls far short of international standards. Laws without resources, laws without training, laws without enforcement remain aspirations, not realities. Look at Ghana. When Ghana passed its Mental Health Act, it established a national authority specifically tasked with protecting patients' rights and ensuring the implementation of the law. Look at India. Indian mental health legislation guarantees confidentiality, informed consent, and community-based care. Imagine how radically different Nigeria would look if we fully and faithfully implemented our 2023 Act. Imagine the lives we could save. Imagine the potentials we could unlock. Mental health as a human rights imperative. Why must we anchor mental health firmly within the framework of human rights? Because without this anchor, we risk building a society where certain categories of persons remain invisible, voiceless, and disposable. International human rights institutes such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of 1966, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities of 2006, all of these affirm unequivocally that the right to health includes mental health. This is not a favor. This is not charity. This is a binding obligation. This means that when Nigeria legislates on mental health or interests, this means that when Nigeria legislates on mental health or invests in mental health infrastructure, it is not acting in goodwill or benevolence. It is fulfilling a compulsory legal and moral obligation. Failure to do so is not merely a policy gap or a budgetary oversight. It is, in the strictest sense, a human rights violation that can and should be sanctioned under international law. When people are detained in inhumane conditions simply because they are mentally unwell, their right to dignity is violated. When they are denied treatment because of poverty or geography, their right to health is violated. When they are stigmatized, mocked, ostracized, or discriminated against because of their mental state, their right to equality and non-discrimination are violated. When their liberty is curtailed without due process, their fundamental freedoms are violated. These violations create trauma. And this trauma, left unattended, becomes a barrier to justice. How can we speak of justice in a society that criminalizes mental health? How can we build resilience when our systems are designed to break people further rather than support their healing? Let me come to an area that's very important to me and to most of us of the male gender. I call it the silent crisis: men, masculinity, and mental health. There is a particular dimension of Nigeria's mental health crisis that we must address directly and urgently, and that is the devastating impact of toxic masculinity on men's mental health. In Nigeria, as in much of Africa, boys are raised with a rigid script. They are told from childhood, boys don't cry. They are told to man up. Don't be soft. Suffer in silence. Carry your cross. Be the rock of the family. These are not harmless cultural sayings. These are psychological prisons that trap men in silence, and even as they suffer from depression, anxiety, trauma, and suicidal ideation. According to a 2024 report, which I quoted already, according to the 2024 report by Health Policy Watch, African men are at particular risk with a suicide rate of 18 per 100,000, which is significantly higher than the global male average of 12.2 per 100,000 people. Research has shown that the internalization of masculine norms among African men makes them particularly susceptible to mental health problems. Yet, cultural expectations actively discourage help-seeking behavior. I have heard countless stories and read numerous accounts of brilliant men who crumble under pressure while maintaining a public facade of strength. I recall reading about a funeral of men. I recall reading about funeral of men who took their own lives, where mourners expressed confusion, saying, but he seems so strong. He never complained. That is precisely the problem. The expectation of stoic silence is killing our men. During my tenure as president of the Nigerian Bar, and even before that, when I was chair of the business law section, I witnessed firsthand the mental health toll on legal practitioners, particularly male lawyers, who felt they could not admit to struggling with stress, anxiety, or depression. The legal profession, with its adversarial nature, its long hours, its high-stakes cases, and its culture of perfectionism, creates a pressure cooker environment. Yet, asking for help was seen as weakness. Admitting to burnout was seen as professional suicide. I therefore made it my priority during my tenure in both offices to bring mental health discourse to the front burner. We introduced wellness programs at our conferences. We created safe spaces for lawyers to speak about their struggles. I spoke about mine. We normalized the conversation to speak about, we normalized the conversation. But the resistance was real. Many lawyers, especially the older ones, viewed these initiatives with suspicion. We managed without all this therapy talk. They would say, toughen up. But the statistics and lived experiences tell a different story. According to the report that I just quoted, the Health Policy Watch, check it out. Male suicide rate in sub-Saharan Africa, 18 per 100,000. These are not just numbers. These are fathers, brothers, sons, colleagues. These are men who died in silence because they were taught that seeking help was unmanly. We must fundamentally challenge and dismantle these toxic notions of masculinity. Strength is not suffering in silence. Strength is recognizing when you need help and having the courage to seek it. Strength is vulnerability. Strength is choosing to live. Strength is choosing to heal. Building a society that heals means creating spaces where men can be honest about their struggles without fear of being diminished. It means redefining what resilience looks like. Real resilience is not pretending everything is fine. Real resilience is seeking support, processing trauma, and committing to recovery. Stigma, and another issue that we should look at, stigma, denial, and the culture of silence. Beyond gender, the broader culture of stigma and outright denial of mental health realities has created a society where millions suffer in silence and isolation. In many Nigerian families, if a child or young person exhibits signs of mental illness, the first instinct is not to seek professional help, but to hide the situation from the outside world. There is shame attached to mental illness that does not exist with physical illness. If your child has malaria, you take them to the hospital without hesitation. If your child is depressed, you pray about it. You rebuke the devil. You tell them to snap out of it, but you do not under any circumstances let the neighbors find out. This culture of secrecy and shame prevents early intervention. It allows conditions to worsen. It isolates those who are suffering. It creates an environment where people would rather die than seek help. Because seeking help means admitting there is a problem. And admitting there is a problem means social stigma, potential loss of employment, damaged marriage prospects, and family disgrace. This is not resilience. This is trauma compounding trauma. True resilience requires us to break these silences, to challenge these stigmas, to create environments where healing is possible and encouraged. I read a heartbreaking account online recently. A university student wrote that he would never tell his parents he was experiencing depression because they would accuse him of being ungrateful. Here's a young man, privileged enough to be in the university, drowning in despair, and he could not reach out to the people who loved him the most because he knew they would not understand. They would see his depression as ingratitude rather than illness. So he suffered in silence. That silence is replicated in thousands upon thousands of persons across Nigeria at this very moment. As legal practitioners, we see the denial manifest in our courtrooms. We see defendants whose behavior clearly indicates mental health crises, yet there is no assessment, no intervention, just punishment. We see victims of trauma who are expected to testify without any psychological support. We see a justice system that operates as if mental health does not exist or does not matter. This is not justice. This is the perpetuation of trauma through institutional indifference. Despite the progress represented by the 2023 Act, the challenges facing mental health in Nigeria remain enormous and daunting. So I just want to give some prescriptions here. Number one, stigma and cultural misconceptions. Mental illness continues to be widely associated with spiritual attacks, curses, witchcraft, or personal weakness, rather than recognizable medical conditions. This belief system prevents people from seeking appropriate help. Instead of psychiatrists, people consult prophets. Instead of medication, they pursue deliverance. I am not dismissing the role of faith. Faith is important, but faith must work alongside medicine, not replace it. There's also the problem of infrastructure deficit. Only 8, and DGs, you will correct me if I'm wrong, only 8 neuropsychiatric hospitals serve the entire country of over 200 million. Maymunah, this is correct, right? They say it's 8. Now 9. Ah, we're making progress. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. 230. Well, population is growing. Think about this. 9. According to a February 2024 study published in BMC Psychiatry, with only 250 psychiatrists to a population of 200 million. I mean, I hope these numbers are, the scarcity underscores the urgent need for attention to mental health. Many primary healthcare centers across the country lack even the basic capacity to identify mental health cases, let alone treat them. There's also the issue of shortage of professionals. We've already seen the ratio. As stated by the Association of Psychiatrists in Nigeria in November 2024, Nigeria has fewer than 200 psychiatrists to over 200 million people. This translates to roughly 1 psychiatrist per 1 million persons. Compare this with the WHO recommendation of 1 mental health professional per 10,000 persons. We are not just undersupplied, we are catastrophically undersupplied. And even where psychiatrists exist, there's an acute shortage of clinical psychologists, psychiatric nurses, social workers, and counselors. Then there's the issue of brain drain. The exodus of medical professionals from Nigeria, driven by poor remuneration, inadequate working conditions, and lack of professional development opportunities, has decimated our healthcare system. 9 out of every 10 doctors, I believe, are actively seeking opportunities abroad. It's only Maymunah who's not doing that. No, she's not going anywhere. She's not going anywhere. Those who remain are overstretched, underpaid, and often demoralized. How can we build a mental health system where we cannot retain the professionals we train? Then there's the other issue of criminalization of suicide. Perhaps one of the most unconscionable aspects of our legal framework is that attempted suicide remains a criminal offense, punishable by imprisonment. Under Section 327 of the Criminal Code and Section 231 of the Penal Code. For those who don't know, Criminal Code is for the southern part of the country, Penal Code is for the northern part. So in the entire country, attempted suicide remains a crime. Yerima, I'm correct, right? Think about the cruelty and absurdity of this. Think about it. A person in such profound despair that they attempt to end their own life. They survive. And our response as a society is to arrest them, prosecute them, and send them to prison for up to 1 year. It's not working. I have read accounts of lawyers encountering young people in court whose only crime was attempting to take their own lives. Instead of receiving medical and psychological intervention, they face prison sentences. Our legal system punishes pain rather than treating it. There's, however, a glimmer of hope. In September 2024, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Pate, announced that the federal government has set December 2025 as the target date to decriminalize attempted suicide in Nigeria. A national task force has been established, and a government-wide paper has been finalized to guide this reform. This is a welcome development, but we must ensure this promise is kept. December 2025, you're not counting again like that. It's already here. This reform must be completed urgently. Every day we delay, we are criminalizing human suffering and denying help for those who need it most desperately. Then, the big elephant in the room, the pressures of the digital age. We must also acknowledge that the new and evolving challenges of the digital age, cyberbullying, online harassment, harmful and triggering content, social media addiction, and the constant pressure to present a perfect life online are wreaking havoc on the mental health of our young people, not only young. A generation is growing up comparing their reality to other people's curated highlights. And the psychological toll is immense. So as I proceed in my paper, I say here that recent reports indicate that nearly 70% of, and now I'm referring to trauma and the justice system. I just wanted to leave that issue of the digital age as food for thought. Recent reports indicate that nearly 70% of the inmates in our Nigerian prisons, we call them correctional centers now, are awaiting trial. Many for petty offenses related to drug possession, public disturbance, or what I like to call survival-related theft. When a man steals a pot of ogbono, you know that it's more about survival than anything else. With many of them struggling with addiction, trauma, or untreated psychiatric conditions, our justice system frequently encounters individuals whose criminal behavior is rooted in untreated mental illness or unresolved trauma, yet we respond with punishment rather than treatment. This approach does not reduce crime. It perpetuates cycles of trauma, incarceration, and recidivism. True justice must be restorative, not merely punitive. It must seek to heal, not simply to punish. So what are the pathways to reform and action? We need to build a society that heals. How do we move forward? How do we build that trauma-informed, justice-oriented, resilient, healing society that Nigeria desperately needs? How do we move from a nation that punishes pain to one that supports healing? How do we transform our understanding of justice from mere punishment to genuine restoration? I propose that we invest significantly in infrastructure and training. We must build psychiatric facilities, but not in the old institutional models. We need community-based mental health centers integrated into our primary healthcare system. We need to train not just psychiatrists, but also nurses, social workers, counselors, and community health workers. We need to reorient existing health professionals to recognize and respond appropriately to mental health needs. By doing this, we mainstream mental health into primary care so that we now have diagnosis and early intervention beginning at the local health centers, not after someone has reached crisis point. Every primary healthcare worker should be trained in basic mental health assessment and first response. This is not complicated. It's a matter of political will and resource allocation. As I've already said, I've already alluded to, we must decriminalize attempted suicide urgently. So we are waiting for December. We must implement trauma-informed justice. Our courts, police stations, and correctional facilities must adopt trauma-informed practices. This means training judicial officers, lawyers, and law enforcement agents to recognize trauma and respond appropriately. It means providing psychological support to victims and witnesses. It means diverting people with mental health crises away from the criminal justice system and towards treatment. It means understanding that justice is not served when we punish people for symptoms of untreated trauma or mental illness. True justice heals. It does not compound harm. Public awareness campaigns are necessary, and education. Our churches, our mosques, our schools, our workplaces, traditional institutions, and the media must all play active roles in normalizing conversations about mental health. We need public service announcements. We need mental health education in school curricula. We need religious leaders preaching about mental wellness alongside spiritual wellness. We need employers creating mentally healthy work spaces. As I alluded to above, we need to challenge this toxic masculinity syndrome. We must actively teach our boys and men that vulnerability is not weakness, that asking for help is courageous, that mental health matters. This requires intervention at every level, from the home to the schools to the workplaces, and indeed to popular culture. We must leverage on technology responsibly. I have said that the digital age comes with its own challenges, but technology also provides solutions. Teletherapy can bridge the gap in areas without mental health professionals. Online support groups can combat isolation. Mental health apps can provide resources and coping strategies. We must invest in and promote these solutions. We must encourage partnerships and shared responsibility. Government alone cannot do all of the above. These private organizations, NGOs, Maymunah, professional associations, faith-based organizations and community groups must all share responsibility. We need partnerships, we need collaboration, we need collective action. I've already talked about allocating resources adequately in our budgets for health and for mental health. And then there's also the role of leadership and civil society. As a lawyer and someone who has held leadership positions in the legal profession, I cannot overstate the critical role of policy and leadership in driving change. Law must not just exist, it must be enforced. Beyond professionals and government, civil society also has a role, a critical one. Communities, religious leaders, traditional rulers, I have mentioned this. We must all take it as a collective responsibility. A nation that punishes rather than heals cannot activate true justice. In concluding, ladies and gentlemen, I say here that we must break the silence together. When we remain silent, stigma flourishes and multiplies. When we remain silent, policies remain unimplemented, collecting dust while people suffer. When we remain silent, lives are lost needlessly and tragically. History shows us that even the most accomplished and powerful people face mental health struggles. Winston Churchill, one of the greatest leaders of the 20th century, battled severe depression throughout his life. He called it his black dog. Abraham Lincoln suffered from what we would now recognize as clinical depression. More recently, we saw Simone Biles, one of the greatest athletes of our time. She made the courageous decision to step back from the Olympics to protect her mental health. If people at the absolute peak of achievement, power and privilege face these challenges, what about ordinary Nigerians navigating poverty, insecurity, unemployment, and social pressure? To protect the dignity of every Nigerian, to honor our constitutional and international obligations, and to build the just, equitable, and prosperous society we all desire, we must break the silence. We must see mental health not as a luxury but for a privileged few, but as a fundamental right for all. We must transform our justice system from one that punishes trauma to one that heals it. We must build resilience not just in individuals, but in our institutions and our society. We must understand that trauma, justice, and resilience are inextricably linked, and that true healing can only happen when we address all these conditions together. So let us act with urgency, because every day we delay, lives are lost. Let us lead with empathy, because those who suffer need compassion, not judgment. And let us commit individually and collectively to building a Nigeria where mental health is recognized, is protected, is promoted, and treated as an integral and non-negotiable part of nation building. The silence must end. The healing must begin. And it begins with us here today. Thank you.
It begins with each and every one of us in this room, starting from our keynote speaker himself, Mr. Olumide Akpata, who has committed time, resources, strength, intellect to the promotion of the awareness of mental health and its issues. And of course, you heard life, so that the word spreads far. very intentionally curated to ensure that through the different ways we think and express ourselves, we will carry the message of mental health awareness. One of such tools has been created, and I know the QR code can be put on the screen almost immediately. It is a journal for you and I to promote self-healing. It's a 7-day healing journal that you and I can use. The QR code, if it's not on the screen now, will come up again and again, and you can scan it at any, there it is. Scan me, no, not me, it, scan me, scan it. Scan me on the screen. And get your own copy. It takes you through a journey 1 day at a time for 7 days so that you can go through an experience that can help you promote the awareness. And because it's free, it's easy to share with someone else, right? And let them see how each of us can solve our problems, and then each of us can tell one as told by our keynote speaker. Our next speaker is a storyteller, and for about 12 minutes, he would be taking us on a journey through his own eyes, talking about all the matters that concern today, from trauma to what's your story, to what's your healing, to, of course, mental health. Please welcome with me the chief storyteller at 16stories.org, Mr. Wale Ajiboye. Appreciate him as he makes his way all the way up here to speak to us today at the Mental Health Conference 3.0. Welcome. Glad to have you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I start, I would like to say big appreciation to Dr. May. For those who don't know Dr. May, we've been friends for almost 10 years right now. We're working together, but I've also seen the generosity of Dr. May. She's doing this work. So I'll give you a bit of background because I want to also appreciate her, because I've sworn to myself. Please keep appreciating her. I've sworn to myself that I would never feel, they say we should not speak bad of people when they've gone, but I've also sworn to myself that I will speak good of those who are alive. Because there are people that we just keep waiting to say thank you to them on their birthdays. I think we have to change all of that. So let's appreciate Dr. May. She has helped me with over 100 entrepreneurs across West Africa. Some of them have raised millions of dollars. Some of them are working in agriculture, health. And so if you don't understand the impact of just standing in the gap, just know that Dr. May is one of the shining lights of Africa. So let's appreciate her and thank her. I'm really grateful. I was thinking a lot about what am I going to speak about today. And when Dr. May said that I would come and talk about my story, I was thinking which part of my story am I going to bring out? Because I'm a man of many stories and a man of many different encounters and lived experiences. But I picked 3 areas to speak about today. One is identity, and the second part is connected dots, and the final part is becoming. And I really like the fact that you started the conversation around that. So what is it about identity? There's a beautiful book written by a guy called Maymunah Yusuf called In the Name of Identity. And in that book, he talked about identity as a false friend. And many times I take this conversation into rooms and I talk about it. I ask people to do a simple exercise. I tell them, write different identities that you have in your journey. Father, mother, friend, sister, brother. And I will tell them to write all the different identities that they like. But I usually add another thing to it. I'll tell them, look at all these identities and tell me which one are the ones that are draining your energy and which one are the ones that's giving you energy. And so when you see Maymunah Yusuf say that identity is a false friend, I think about the different identities that we see. And it was very brilliant to see what Mr. Akpata was talking about the country, Nigeria. Because I think we are sort of, while identity has a huge impact in our journey, I think we're trapped in some of those identities as well. And you can look at it. A lot of us are, whether you're a banker, I see people, one day I took a cab, and I saw a young guy who said he had just lost his job. And I said, oh, wow, I'm so sorry to hear about that. I said, so what do you do now? And he said, well, I'm just using this Uber in the meantime. And I asked him, I said, how much do you earn? The guy said 270,000. I said, what's your take home from that? He did the calculation for me. Then I said, how much were you earning when you were in the bank? And he told me 90,000. Now, you say now, but what would you say if you bring a friend home and he says he's an Uber driver and a banker who's trapped in the idea that what he earns is more than someone who's a driver? And there are so many other identities that we have. We want to, I make jokes about, because of a lot of the work I do, for many times, people never talked about share butter. Share butter, by the way, if you're following what is happening with the Nigerian government, they are saying there is not going to be export for share butter. But share butter in the past used to be called ori. For those who are Yoruba, you understand it, right? But ori was seen as something that poor people used. Coconut oil was seen as, you call it adiagbon in Yoruba. It was seen as what people called, you have to be poor, so you need to be using adiagbon. And so I started to study different identities. But today, you know what shea butter means, right? Black soap or shedudu. People said, can I use that? So when I see the economy and the challenges that was happening around us, the question I ask myself is, what are some of the identities that we're trapped in? People prefer, for example, to live in the city where you can go into a store where you buy frozen fish that's been there for several days. You don't have no idea what chemicals is used. But you actually think people who are in the rural villages are suffering, who eat fresh food, fresh lobsters and shrimp, and they eat periwinkles to do with their vegetable. We complain, for example, that many people are talking about, oh, I drink this kind of whiskey, but there are many fake already happening. But we don't appreciate that we have a guguru and palm wine. So what am I saying? Identity is an opportunity to be something that will help us. But there's also a trap in it. And one of the trap is the traumas that we experience. So you would see people say, I'm from this kind of family, I've struggled here, I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba, I'm from Kenya. And we take all the narrative and the stories around that and we put ourselves in a spot where we can't find healings for ourselves. We're trapped in religion. We believe that we love God so much, but we fail to love our neighbors ourselves. So I started to think about what is it about identity that plays a big part of our traumas. And I started to look at mine. And I went back to my childhood. I went back to look at the different things that's happened to me. And I wanted to learn, why am I like this? For those who know me and know the work I do, I spend a lot of time helping people because I believe that the world we're in, if you look around us, there's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of, it's almost like we have never seen this type of evil and confusion in the world as we're experiencing. And I started to ask questions. And that journey led me to start to look at where I'm going to talk about the next thing, which is connecting the dots. So I took an exercise. It's called Life Map. And in that life map, I wanted to map the different parts of my journey. And in that exercise, we're to look at different things that happen to us in our lives. So I marked all the different things, especially the bad ones, because you see, we love our chain so much because it makes us feel, oh, we are strong enough to pass through those things. So I started to write those things. But when I looked at that journey and the different phases, I realized that everywhere I saw trauma, I found that there was something that was unlocked inside of me. I found that every journey that I was going through, the challenges, the problems in organization, the stress in development work, all the things that we had to pass through, I realized that every part of my journey that I faced something that was really very difficult, I developed a skill that has become something that is helping my world and my work. So I started to connect the dots. What if traumas are pathways to finding something inside of us? What if the stress of growing up, a childhood that you face, or the stress you face in a university setting is part of the things that will unlock who you are? So I started to check very well. And I saw that all the things I'm doing today came from the gift of what trauma is. And I started to connect the dots. What are the evidences that will help me justify that this is actually one of the things that's helped me to unlock myself. So I went back to the history. I went back into conversation around marriage, spirituality, business. I mean, I saw incredible things that people have done in the past. And I usually ask this question: do you think we're smarter than those that came before us? And people will tell me, we have AI, we have all those things. I'm like, do you know what it means to live in a time where there was no internet? Do you know what it means to live in a point where people didn't have a watch? And people use the sun. They use navigation from the sun, the moon, the stars to move around. How intelligent can we be when clearly we have everything that's aiding us? People use folklore, songs, music, stories to pass information. Many of us have names that they call us beyond our names. They call it Oriki in Yoruba land and some other people, where they're chanting your praise and they're telling you your history. And I started to connect the dots. I went as far as looking at some of the challenges we're facing from a gender-based conversation. I went as far as checking, even from what has happened from surrogacy. Women in the past married women and had children through them, and they took them as their own. They did not suffer from, oh, I have a problem with fertility. They married women and then gave them to the husband. If you check even the religious system, you find it there. Even Abraham, Jacob, and the rest of them, you find that people actually got children from slaves. And they took it as their own. And they transferred the blessing onto them accordingly as well. So I started to see the different pattern and try to understand the connected dot. And I realized that the narratives and the stories are the ones that trap us in our identity. And I saw mine quickly as well, because I carried grief. I carried betrayal. I carried ideas, that, if you come from a certain tribe in Nigeria, you don't have access. Some of us believe, unless you speak a certain kind of language, you cannot succeed in Nigeria. You know that, right? But when you see a Chinese man in Ogbomoso, you should be careful. When you see a Chinese man drinking palm wine in Osun State, you should pay attention. Because a lot of those narratives is why we are not even paying attention to what is happening in solid mineral. We believe in our villages, any woman that is old is already a witch automatically, except your own mother and your sister. If you go to your village, you're afraid. If you see a cat at night, you think there's an attack. I remember what I was doing in business school. I was walking one day after a class, and it was at 2 a.m. And I saw a big black cat at 2 a.m. The funniest thing is that I never said, "Get thee behind me, Satan." Because, a cat in America is a pet. It's a cat, right? It's a pet, right? But a cat in Ogbomoso, Osun State, where I come from. What do you think? My uncle, they are seeing me. So I realized the stories are not as true as we know. Because we think that we know everything. In fact, I am beginning to tell people, if you have not experienced earthquake before, not been to the moon, of seeing what is happening in the galaxy, you don't really know that much. And while you may be relevant in this current generation and this current time, your name can be forgotten. And if you do not understand that identity, while it's a great way in terms of education and access and money and all of those things, there is a part of it that doesn't allow us to become. So my final thought is, how do you become? Because when I started to look at myself and my journey, and I saw what had happened to me, one of the things I realized is, I realized that the grief I experienced, I was seeing it wrongly. And I questioned myself quickly. I said, something's wrong. This can't be true. Because in the work I have done, I have seen the impact. I've helped people to raise money. I've brought people into rooms. I've won awards. I've seen different things. But I realized that there was a problem. Ego was a big problem. Ego of standing in a way where people can see you in a certain kind of way. Dressing a certain kind of way so that people can appreciate you. It's almost like you are pretending as if you are alive, but there's something going on behind the scene. So I took a 5-year break. And I say I took a 5-year break, I was at that time, I was the country director of Change.org, and I'd seen the amount of immense of things that we did, like incredible. You can't even imagine what we've done. From Mubat's campaign that came out at Times Square, to fighting for Nigerian students to come in from Ukraine to get into the train. We fought everything. But I realized there was a problem, because I saw how powerless you can become in a country like this, especially in the world where we believe our lived experience is the whole truth. So I started to find a journey of becoming. And what did I do? I started from the first place that I've always been curious about, God and spirituality. Because I think the stories are completely untrue. We pray so much in fact, when I tell people, like, in Nigeria, we believe so much in capitalism, right? We believe so much in economic system. And we pay people how much they cannot even survive on. And I realized that we use benevolence to cover it, to say, oh, we are helping people to pay school fees. So how did I find it? I tried to look for God in a different way. And I saw God was not in any religion in the way we know it. That God was a summation of all human beings that you see. The beauty inside them, the complexity of their life, the duality of the work that they do. And I realized that is to be able to go into the sun, enjoy it, take some water, understand that you can take some flowers and smell them, understand that spirituality is not just about prayers, but that the thoughts that you have inside of you, and that you have no bitterness to every human being. Because maybe the answer is finding our humanity, and that the enemy or the devil, maybe he's not the one that's carrying on. Maybe the devil is in the system. Maybe it's in the education, it's in the banking sector, maybe it's in the system. It is what has excluded people. And maybe our enemy is not just to face one adversary, but to find something, because inside every human being, regardless of your traumas are actually calling you to greatness. And if you can see it and understand what triggers you into those traumatic experiences, then maybe you can become a better human being. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Maybe the devil is ignorance. Maybe the devil is saying things like, is it a Nigerian? Maybe the devil that needs to be cast out is not telling someone else about the oath that many of us took this morning and the commitment that we made. Maybe that's the devil. Somebody say, devil, get gone right now. Because we will tell someone else so that we can share how to win. And we say thank you to Mr. Wale Ajiboye for taking us on that journey. Please appreciate him. Thank you so much, sir. What is your story? As we get ready for the first panel this morning, there is food, but the food cannot be eaten in the room. So, if somebody at some point gets a little bit of, if you go outside there, now you go tired, you might just a little bit be traumatized by the amount of food you see there. But I pray you will not be traumatized. You will just go partake of a little bit and come back, because by principle, in this room, we're not supposed to eat and drink. By the people who put it together, the rug and all of that, for it to be properly maintained, for the decorum and standards, we're not supposed to eat in here. My phone is on right now. It'll come, it'll go. So should you need to take some refreshment, we have more than enough. Take a while out there. But I know that I can get your commitment that at the end of the day, when we have gotten the juice and the food out of the conversations, then we'll nourish our bodies. Yes? Yes, thank you so much. Please put your hands together. I need help with our seats to be ready. And whilst they are being put together, a woman who shook us this morning, and she took us in the prayer that we called the Nigerian national anthem, but she was done and we were like, yes, amen. See her, she's coming back on stage. She's graced stages for decades, and it has never once dropped. She's always consistently been committed to causes that will improve the life and living of Nigerians. Please warmly receive with me Yinka Davis once again to perform today. What's your story, ma'am?
want to. What's your story? A gentleman called me sometime 3-4 years ago to write a song for a movie it was called Scarred. I didn't see the movie because I didn't know exactly what, but he said so. He just gave me a brief something, somebody shamed, somebody reproached, somebody hiding. So, picture with me, if you will, you rejected, dejected, standing in front of your mirror, and you're telling yourself, you will not see me cry, you will not hear me wailing. No matter what is, no matter the circumstances, you will not see me cry. You will not hear me wailing. So when my excellency called me for the thank you, Dr. May. Thank you, Antito. When they called me for this, I was like, oh, I don't know how to do this, but let me try. I want you to be the singer, not me. All of you, each and every one of you. And I want you to say it from the depth of your soul. The way I'm going to give it to you, you're going to say it exactly. And when the time is right, when you see me do like this, 1, 2, 3, you go. You understand me? So I want you, are you ready for me? God bless you. I love you. I love you. Clap for yourselves first. So, you know you are the therapist. So you know the song. You will know the song. So I want you to say, you will not see me cry. You will not hear me wail. Do you understand what I'm saying? You must do it from your soul. Are you ready? I want you to do it for me. If you want to stand, stand. If you want to sit, sit. But this weight of fight from your inside must give you that determination. You will not go down. Like, you know our keynote speaker, our daddy, he said, committing suicide for no good reason. So that's a good key, Abi. Thank you. So he has given us another key. Did you hear my own position? I must hear your own power. Go! 1, 2, 3, go! I cannot hear. I hold the microphone. You will not see me cry. See me burn. See me wailing. See me agitated. Lie, What's your story? A story a man will tell. You can never. Let me just give you the breakdown. The story a man will tell you can never explain who that man is. He'll just give you half, some song. How do you carry the burden of pain, but at night you are crying 247? Well, wisdom cries, but nobody cares. So that's the song. So, but there's rage. You know when there's rage, you know you don't smile when you are angry. But this time around, your rage, you smile not knowing why. Are you ready? The story a man will tell can never explain who he truly is. Describe how you bear disgrace when your pillows get soaked all night with tears. Wisdom cries, yet no one cares to give a damn. Look left and look your right. One bends from the weight, the pressure of it all. Rage never wear a smile. You better smile, not knowing you will not see me wailing. You will not hear me cry. You'll not see me wailing. You will not see me wailing. No matter what I bear, you put me on the left, you put me to the right. You ignore every time I come my proposal on the table. Every time you reject, you will not see me cry. Wisdom cries, yet no one cares to give a damn. Look left and look your right. One bears from the weight and the pain of everything. Rage, it doesn't give you smile, but you better smile, not knowing why. No, you will lie, lie, till lie, lie. Never, you will never, you will not see me wailing. If you like, beat me 25 times. If you like, so you rape me, and so what? You will not, you will not, you will never, and you will never. You will never, you'll never be the death of me, Auntie Joycey. You will never be the death. You will never have the power. Well, do I forgive you? Yes. Because it is necessary for my power to return to me. I will not see you cry. I will not see you wailing. I will never see you cry. I will never see you wailing. Everybody give it up for Yinka Davis. The queen of sound, the queen of soul. Woo. What shall it profit me to see my sister or my brother wailing, and I do nothing? I took an oath today, like many of us did, and that was to promote the awareness of mental health. And one of the things we swore to this morning was not to overcommit. Dr. May, no be so. Because sometimes the crying and the wailing comes from when we are overwhelmed from overcommitment. No be say person do also, now we do ourselves. So remember the song that you sang today, even though you didn't know you were a singer before today. What did you sing? Sing, oh yeah, sang it again. 1 to go. Woo! Choir. Wonderful. Blessed.
excellent, we will carry the message through to the rest of the world, starting from the people in our homes, the people in our friendship circles, the people in our WhatsApp groups. Even though you don't like that admin, you will not see them cry or wail. You will take the message to the people in your or your alumni associations. You will take the message to the people in your families and your communities, because we will not see others cry. As much as we have said, you will not see me cry, what's the other part of the song? I will not see you cry. Sing it out. Not because you are hiding, but because we've taken away the reasons to make you cry in the first place. Some of the things she talked about, I'll take your proposal. Anyway, let's come back to our next conversation. Once again, please celebrate Yinka Davis. Thank you, ma'am, for such a powerful rendition that will resonate for a long time and long time to come. Our first panel conversation today speaks to mental health at the heart of work and society. And the people who will be discussing this are people who work and live in society, and will be bringing to bear the different perspectives from where they're coming from. Before I welcome our panel moderator, let me recognize the presence of the President, International Visitor Leadership Alumni Association, U.S. Mission to Nigeria. He's also the immediate past editor at The Punch. Please celebrate Mr. Adedayo Oketola. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and for supporting us with your presence. And I know that Dr. May is an alum as well. Thank you for honoring us. Our moderator for this session is a clinical hypnotherapist. I have already said to her that I am coming for my session, not only because, you know, I've watched so many movies where they hypnotize somebody. I beg, let her hypnotize me. Let me know what it's about, please. She's a visionary leader. She's the soul awakener, and she's an expert in inner harmony. From what's happening to here, to here, to here. Please join me, welcome. I am that I am, Adiola Kingsley James, as she comes to stage. Welcome. And as she settles in, and the mic is working, I will allow her welcome her panelists who will be taking on this conversation together. Madam Moderator.
And can we please celebrate Joyce? She's been excellent. Thank you very much for all your hard work and good work as well. You're a true professional. And Dr. May, thank you very much for having us here. So I'm going to bring up stage Dr. Babi Awoshika. And please, can we celebrate her as I read her bio? She's an occupational health doctor with an MBBS from the University of Lagos and an MSc Occupational Medicine from University of Aberdeen. Please take your seat. Scotland. She's a graduate member of the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health and holds a Bosch International General Certificate in Occupational Health and Safety. And I'm also going to bring up Dr. Silvanos Jato. Please join us on stage. Thank you very much. He's the medical and well-being consultant to Stanbic IBTC Holdings, a position he took up in 2016. He coordinates and manages the group's employee health and well-being program, including the Employee Assistance Program. He designs policies, processes, frameworks that drive the group's employee health and well-being. Let's give a round of applause for both. We had someone else who was meant to be here, but she's not here yet. And hopefully maybe she'll join us so that we can get her wealth of knowledge as well. But we're going to carry on. So my first question, what's your story? I know we didn't send that to you, but I mean, we're all sharing our stories now, aren't we? So can you give us a 1-minute overview? Because, you know, a lot of times we health practitioners, it's like we're talking at people, and people don't really know that we're human beings too. And we also have dealt with certain things. So is there something that you can just share with everybody here so that we know that we're all human beings? Just something short and sweet.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Dr. Kadiri. Well done. When you asked that, one thing just popped up in my mind. Just picture this, 1987.
Some of us were not born.
Just about getting to my year 2 medical school. 2nd of January. It was a Friday. My father passed. Monday, I had an exam to write. I went through it fine. My father was one of the very strong support I have for medical school. Not rich, but was willing to give everything. And then, few months down the line, I sit before my immediate family, my elder brother, with some other family members, to discuss how will I continue my medical education. And I'm told by my eldest brother, who unfortunately is late now, I didn't go to the university. So if you cannot continue, come back home and learn a trade. It was driving a knife through my heart. But thank you, Yinka Davis. He said, I will not see you cry. I will not see you wailing. And I stood up and I told him to his face, I don't need your support. I will go through this medical school.
Yes, yes.
Now, what I did to go through medical school, only my colleagues, incidentally, I was with 5 of my colleagues just yesterday. We had a reunion in Abuja. They came down to Lagos. I could not attend. And 34 years after, a doctor is standing before you.
Yes, yes.
That is my story, a story of neglect, a story of go and do whatever you like, I'm not ready to support. And truly, he never supported me through medical school. But he enjoyed the fruit of my medical training before he died.
But that's also a story of resilience.
Thank you.
And belief in yourself. So let's clap for that. Thank you. And Dr. Baby? Yes.
Thank you so much for that question. Like you said, we weren't expecting it. But it's funny it's funny you mentioned it because, you know, during the presentation of the cultural troupe, I got quite emotional. You know, it was very emotional. I don't know who felt that as well. And also when Auntie Yinka Davis came and sang, you know, that was very emotional. So for me, I think I would share 2 things. I have dealt with anxiety. I still deal with anxiety sometimes. And I've dealt with infertility as well. So those are like 2, would I say, very difficult periods that I've had to go through. So I think the first time I knew it was anxiety was when I was doing my housemanship during house job. And, you know, there was so much pressure, you know, being a doctor, you know how it is, you know how our superiors, I think those are people that need maybe some kind of training. You know how they rubbish us in front of people, you know. And I was a very sensitive child, young adult, and I'm still very sensitive, you know. And, you know, I used to have palpitations, which is, you know, when you can feel your heart beating very fast, also with a high heart rate. And even my blood pressure went up. And I just didn't know what it was. I did all the tests. I did everything. I did ECG. Luckily for me, at that point in time, I was in internal medicine posting. And then we did everything. I was fine. And you know, we didn't have Google then. This was 2005 or something. There wasn't Google, so I remember I was going through my textbook. It was Kumar and Clark, right? You know, the medicine textbook, and I just came across a topic, anxiety neurosis. And then when I read up on it, everything just pointed to what I was going through. And at that point in time, I knew that, oh, this is what I was going through. And the funny thing, you know, I don't know how to explain this, because of course it's good to get help. But then when sometimes you know what exactly is wrong, you're able to deal with it. Because, you know, it's funny because the next time that feeling came up, you know, I started having the palpitation, just sitting down. You know, I just said to myself, this is not real. You know, like when I say it's not real, I don't have a medical condition per se. This is more of an emotional thing, a mental thing. And that was the end to it at that time. You know, so it's come up again, but just once. That was during the pandemic. You know, I was under a lot of pressure in the company because I was I was practically the one everybody was looking to at the time. You know, that's one. And then the second thing is infertility. And as I was sitting down, I was just thinking that I probably even went through that so that I could help other people. Because every day, I mean, I'm in an organization where there's so many people dealing with infertility. I have friends that are dealing with infertility. I have family members that are dealing with infertility. And every day there's a testimony. You know, every day there's somebody comes with a miracle. You know, this has happened, and do you understand? And you know, it's easier for them to come to people that have been through the same thing. Because I always tell people, if you haven't gone through infertility, you can never understand it. You can't, you know. And also, I actually left a job because at that point in time, while dealing with infertility, I had issues with my manager, and I just couldn't cope with everything. And at that time, there was nothing like EAP, Employee Assistance Program. There was nobody to talk to about these things. You know, you had to deal with it yourself. I left a very good job, you know, and maybe if I had somebody to talk to, you know, if I had somebody to discuss, you know, they always say a problem shared is a problem half solved. It's actually very true. I mean, they don't just come up with these sayings. Because when you share something with someone, especially with somebody that understands, and of course you have to be careful who you share things with. You know, that's why they are professionals. That's why you have Dr. May and her team. Do you understand? Because you don't want to share something with somebody that is going to make it worse, or say something, or shame you, or say something that is just going to trigger. Because, you know, at that point in time, I was actually avoiding some particular people because they never had anything good to say. So, you know, I mean, we thank God now that things are getting better, and we thank God for conferences like this. Dr. May, well done. You know, well done. She's really a force to reckon with. She's like a sister to me. Well done for things like this. And not just that, but for what you've done for us in our organization. Dr. May has been with us through losses and various things. I know I've taken up a lot of time.
No, but these conversations are important, right? Yeah. Because you just shared two. I'm sure if you look at, if people here wanted to really connect and be honest, a lot of people here would have gone through the things that you've mentioned. I, for one, I grew up as a people pleaser because I didn't feel loved as a child. I was a middle child. And I had a younger brother, a younger sister, an older sister. So I felt completely unseen and lost, right? So I grew up believing that I needed to earn love, you know, in the ways that I couldn't understand. So I would look for love in all the wrong places. And maybe that's why I even married the man that I married, because I had to save him too, because he was a man with 2 children. And one day he said to me, I don't think any young girl is going to want to marry me. I'm like, when Xavier Diola is there, of course I'm going to marry you. And help you too. And nobody prepared me for that journey, right? And I went through a lot, but like the gentleman that said earlier on, that a lot of times the challenges that we go through actually set you up for the message that you then start to carry. That's what has happened, because you carry the message, you're carrying the message. I'm a hypnotherapist because of how hypnotherapy helped me, right? And when I saw what it did for me, I knew that I couldn't keep this to myself. And so maybe I can help you out also with anxiety. Maybe we can connect and I can figure out what it is and we can release it, right? But that's really honestly all our shared stories, you know, and I'm happy that you mentioned Dr. May and how comfort, because my next question was going to be, why should this hall be completely full? Why should organizations sponsor these kind of programs for people to come and listen, especially the HR practitioners, to come and listen to the fact that the person who is overworking herself, i.e. me, who was the people pleaser, who just needed my boss to keep telling me you're good, you're worthy, you're seen, you're valued, needs to be here to listen, that they shouldn't give that person more work. They should actually ask you what's broken inside you. So why are conferences like this very important, my brother and sister? And anybody can start.
Okay. Dr. May mentioned normalizing mental health conversation. That's what we're doing in my organization. At conferences like this, brings the various individuals that should make that happen. Organizations like mine, policy makers. I'm glad that the representative of the Minister of Health is here. Individuals like you that understand that trauma is beyond just physical.
Yes.
There is an emotional and a mental health aspect to it. So with conference like this, we are able to converge, share. We are able to support each other. We are able to begin to understand changes that need to be made in areas of policy formulation, in area of defining and taking away that stereotype definition of what trauma is and truly defining trauma to include mental health trauma, emotional trauma. So it is so important that we have to discuss and to have a platform like this. Not, of course, the month of October is October 10th will be Mental Health Day. Globally, it's going to be conversed, but gathering like this is so instrumental to driving home that conversation. And in the Nigerian context, thank you to our chief guest speaker, the senior advocate, who have taken us through the history and how people who are traumatized, the policies, the justice system is further traumatizing them, and we need to change that. I'm looking forward to that December and hope it comes so quickly. I want to see what those changes are going to be. So we cannot be overemphasized that a convergence of individuals in various. I'm here representing, and probably Dr. I was representing the corporate world. What are we supposed to be doing now in the workplace? If we're already doing it, what are we supposed to be strengthening? This is where we're going to bring that all out. This is where we're going to rub minds together, where we're going to take away. I hope to take away from Dr. Woshika what she's doing in her own place, what I am doing, so that we can do it better. How are we going to create safe environments for our employees to work? How we could make it easy for employees to talk to their line managers. You know, we're going to have all those, and I hope that at the end we'll leave here with a lot of information and knowledge that will help us.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Babi.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. He's said so much, you know, basically covered everything. I think I want to, when we started creating awareness on mental health in our organization, this started before the pandemic, way before the pandemic. And of course it came from the headquarters, and you know, we started talking about mental health. And I mean, who knew the pandemic was going to come and then even blow it all up, you know? And I remember then in the beginning when I would have sessions with you know, some people from the management team. I remember there was a time, you know, one of the men, you know, like an alpha male, you know, was like, why should people bring their problems to work? Why can't they just drop it? You know, why do they have to come with their problems? You know, when they're at work, they should focus.
Yes.
And I said, you don't just drop your problems at the gates.
If it was that easy.
Exactly. If it was that easy, then, I mean, we would all be doing that, you know. So you don't just drop it. It goes with you everywhere. You know, while you're working, it's there with you. Do you understand? But the funny thing is that even as we have progressed with creating awareness, educating people, doing trainings and things like that, the mindsets have changed. You know, I have people reaching out to me, you know, maybe not for themselves, maybe for their dependents, you know, saying they need help, you know. So there's, I mean, I have seen this with my own eye, do you understand? And, you know, this type of conference, you know, is extremely helpful, you know, for things like that. I mean, I remember the first one where Dr. May, I mean, she invited some people from my organization, and it was very interesting because just like Doctor said, you know, you get to talk about different things. We learn from each other because, like he said, there are different types of traumas. You know, you go through different types of things. I mean, you just mention it. Is it job losses? Is it relationship issues? You know, is it issues in your marriage? Is it issues with your children? Is it infertility? There's so many things that we deal with. Is it finances? You know, is it the economy? I mean, is it Nigeria? Do you understand? So there's so many things that we deal with. So this, you know, we're able to share our thoughts, we're able to raise awareness, we're able to change the mindsets, we're able to reduce the stigmatization, you know, that surrounds mental health. And, you know, it's really important. Thank you.
So, Dr. Bobby, this question is for you. And before I ask the question, I'm going to share an experience of a young lady who walked up to me one day and said to me, I'm an intelligent woman. That's how she started the conversation. I have a business of my own. I'm doing quite well, you know, financially. But I find out that every time I stand in front of people and try to talk to them, I ask myself, am I meant to be in this room? I ask myself, do I have the right words to say? Would they even listen to me? Why would they listen to me? And so I listened to her share a little bit more, but I'll end the conversation there as to what she shared. And in one of her, I'll say in one of her scenes, she said to me that she went back to a scene where she was 6 years old, yes. And she was flying with Superman in her dream. And she woke up in the morning and told her mother, giddily, Mommy, I was flying with Superman. And her mother took her to church. And in church, the pastor called her a witch. Wow. For the next 3 years of her life, she literally used to eat from the dustbin. She wore tattered clothes. I think at some point she eventually went to a boarding school when she was 9. And that was when she could find herself with people. But she never gained herself. She never grew up, even if, yes, now she's 38 or 39, she never grew up from that 6-year-old who didn't believe that she was enough. Now imagine you have such a person working in an organization. We're bringing that now. In your decades of occupational health work, right? How would you speak to such a person? If you had put her, or the people had put her in a situation whereby she had to present pitches and she's unable to, And rather than the organization asking on a deeper level what is really going on, they either demote her or fire her. What would you say to such, or about such, or to such? What would be your advice to the HR manager who is seated here, or who would listen to this conversation later, or even the boss? You know, if the boss could see that she had potential, but even her couldn't see her potential.
Okay, thank you for that question. It's interesting because, I mean, just recently, I think at the beginning of the year, when we were, going through our team members, and not with them, but when the HR leaders were talking about the team members, there was a particular person that they, would I say, complained about, who was, I mean, he seemed like he knew his stuff, but when it was time to speak, he didn't know how to get it out, or he just would mess it up and things like that. And, everybody was saying the same thing, and, they were going over and over. And I said, have you even considered that he suffers from stage fright, for example? Have you ever considered that when, he meets with people, he just clams up? Because I suffered from stage fright, that I'm even here speaking.
You and
I mean, normally, if Dr. Maymunah had reached out, I would have said, no, I'm not doing this. Well, why am I here? Because I've put myself in this position, or I've been forced to be in this position, and over time, I have gotten used to it. Do you understand? And I am still getting used to it. So I told them, you have to push him to the forefront, and let him learn from experience. Let him keep doing it, and he will get better at it. So for this type of person you're talking about, I think it's similar, like she has to, I mean, of course, she has to deal with the underlying issues. So I would suggest she would need therapy. She would need counseling. She would need to see people like Dr. Maymunah. So she would need that. But at the same time, she would need to be pushed. She needs to face her fears. I think that's the best way to overcome that. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And my last question will go to you, Dr. Jato. EAPs, employee assistance programs, are effective but rare in Nigeria. For companies without that structure, what first step can they realistically take today, to support struggling staff? And that's putting you on the spot too, right?
Yeah, but I will just speak from practical experience. Myself and Dr. Maymunah started a journey in 2017. And she knew what, in fact, she had to travel to South Africa, I think with my big boss here, because as an organization, employee assistance program was not there. We tried to access on the International Counseling Advisory Service, ICAS. Sorry, a South African doesn't know how Nigeria behaves. A European person doesn't know how we think. And I said, we must domesticate our EAP, and that is how my journey has started. The current framework that we established and rolled out in 2018 evolved. It took us about a year to put that framework, to put that policy, to put that process in place. And in fact, that is one thing I pride myself in my place of work, that today I'm proud. On the average, between 80 and 100 personnel of our staff access the EAP service provided by Pinnacle Medical Services.
Yes.
And they
Can
have
we
been
clap
our
for that,
EAP
please?
service provider since 2018. To be precise, June 1st when we launched. We started in 2017, we could not launch until 2018. It took us through the entire process, but that was a structured organization that was ready to work with the in-house medical advisor to say this was essential. And what prompted that decision? It was the incident that happened in Lekki now, that guy that went to front of Job Louis that worked in a bank. And I said, what do we have if people somebody worked in a bank earning well as at that time and could commit suicide? What do you have? And they said there was nothing. So we didn't also have anything on ground to support, but today we established, it was received with reservation. Oh, you want me to go and tell my secrets? And then that will become what my lab manager, but the imbibed confidentiality clause in my SLA with her, nobody can come to her and tell her for what we do discuss. In the 8 years we ran that structure, I think only twice we've asked her to disclose. And it was with written consent, written, not verbal, from the employee. And why did we require it? Because we needed to make a role change. The person needs to move from the role she was employed, just 2 occasions, to another role. And management didn't understand, why should we change? He came and said, this is the work he wants to do. Why should we change him midway? But we're able to support with, and that is the only twice in the development. Now, for an organization that doesn't have, you have to start with what you have.
Yeah.
First of all, you need to communicate that mental health is important to the organization. Not just, oh, you have HMO now, go. No. Mental health is beyond psychiatric cover.
Yes.
It's beyond that. You must communicate, and you have to do that, company-wide that now we are taking on mental health, and we want to support you to thrive. We want to support you to have emotional and mental health support. That is the first. And then you continue that with an awareness drive. We did a lot. I can't remember in our first year, and to tell you, in the Standard Bank group, Stanbic IBTC stands out. I can remember the number of times we said we are doing webinar on mental health at Standard Bank group level. Dr. Maymunah Kadiri must be the first among the panelists to come and discuss because of what we achieved. So you must do that awareness, continue to let people know that you are concerned about mental health. Then third, which is also what we did, was that you need to train line managers. It doesn't matter whether it is 2 persons or 3 persons. They must be able to identify, see the cues that their subordinate, their direct reports have that indicate and point to mental health issues, and be able to say, now that, don't you think you should talk to somebody? So if line manager will just be pushing for productivity, pushing for meeting tasks, pushing for reaching their goals, it doesn't care, But when you train the line manager, an internal resource, then he's able to begin to have cues. Then those training will say how to listen and not be judgmental. A part of the training you must give and all that. And then as an organization, third is develop an escalation flow. If that line manager thinks that his subordinate has an issue, it's no matter to say, this guy something is wrong with his head. No, there's a process that protects the confidentiality of that individual from the line manager that takes the person to whatever service you want to use. You want to use the service of an EAP service provider, you want to refer. That process must continue to keep the confidentiality of that individual. Then, of course, an organization must begin to put definite structure for employee assistance. Usually we go for the external because that we have a wellness center for them, but we said no, we don't want you coming in because if they say, oh, the therapist is around, anybody that even crossed to that direction, no, that one is going to see the therapist. So we said no, we would. And of course, if you want to provide EAP service, provide it. There's nothing like you can only have 2 sessions per year. She knows. No limit. If you don't want, but if you want to provide like 2 sessions, no. The sessions will be determined by the psychologist, the therapist. The spacing will be determined. But it is an investment that the return is much.
Absolutely.
Absenteeism. Look, somebody has malaria. In 2 days he will be back to work. Somebody is battling anxiety. He might come back to work and not be at work. Presenteeism is very common. So you can see errors, not meeting up to task. So you have to go the full journey as an organization. If that staff is a valuable asset, to you as an organization. But I think the first step would be just start by letting the employee know that now, just as we are paying attention to your physical health, we want to pay attention to your mental health. These are what we want to start doing. This is where we hope to end. This then reassurance. On all the webinars, I'm sure I was screaming, it is confidential. Nobody will ever disclose. Even me as the medical advisor would not know what you are discussing. And we had a few people who came back who anonymously shared their story. And then people realized, oh, somebody is benefiting. Last month, 80 people assessed. The month before, 82 people assessed. And I don't know who they are. I told Dr. Maymunah, don't send me a report with a name, a unique identifier number. That is all just want to have the data to enable continue to let management know that the investment is worth it. And because we are rounding up, because we had the EAP on ground, Dr. Maymunah didn't know how our COVID response was. There is no single individual who had COVID that didn't have mental health support during the COVID lockdown. Everybody had access to EAP. Our team was very busy. I know she was also in the Lagos State Task Force. It was, but that was the time where everybody was leveled. The chief executive was seeking mental health support from me. The BO was seeking mental health support from me. It was a leveler, but because we had the structure on ground, we were able to respond. People who lost family members during the COVID period got the support they needed. Family members got the support they needed. In fact, our utilization tripled between the end period of 2019 and 2021 when we returned back to the office. But we are glad that we set up the EAP program.
Thank you very much for that. And we're going to round off this conversation. I think also that we need to start to add trauma retreats to our programs when we're having retreats at the end of the year or at the beginning of the year. I had a trauma retreat with an organization, and in one of the sessions, the MD of the company came out and said that he tried to commit suicide twice in that conversation. So I think organizations need to add that to what they're doing with their retreats and not just talk about emotional intelligence, you know, all those big English that will really fly over the people's heads. But let's now start to add trauma retreats in the retreats that we have. Thank you very much. My name is Adiola Kingsley James. Thank you very much, sir and ma'am.
Wonderful conversation. Were you enriched? Please, before we leave, I'll welcome the convener to take a photograph with us on stage. We say thank you to our moderator who was able to bring out a lot of juice, or like Edo people go say, they bring out juice from the juice. They bring out the juice from the conversation, starting by telling us your story. What's your story? Dr. Maymunah is here. Please appreciate her and the entire Mental Health 3.0 team. I would join you. I'm waiting for someone is okay. Have you taken theirs first? Yes. Let me stay on that side for gender balance. Yeah. Somebody say amen. Thank you so much. So now we have an idea what the people at Sterling Bank are enjoying, Stanbic IBTC are enjoying. We have a glimpse of what those at Nestle are also enjoying by having those who are robust. No, hold on, please. We have a gift. We have gifts for our panelists. And we insist, Dr. Maymunah insists that they're given here on stage and not just sent to your car afterwards. You've been strong support, and so please we'll call you back. Our dear moderator, I am that I am. Our dear panelists. No, we're preparing for, okay, let's do that before we have the next panel, so let it not go too far away. Okay, yes, please. Diola James, please, let's have you back with your panelists, Dr. Babi, Dr. Jato. Come back. Thank you for the exercise done. You're adding to your 10,000 steps today. Maybe we'll say. In fact, you know what? Go back and come back again. You're wearing sneakers. You can do it 20 times. No, but Dr. Babi, it won't be fair to her. So we would centralize to what's your story, Dr. Babi. Hold on, for the photo's sake, where should they be? Right there, right? Yes, please center, Dr. May. All right, here is fine. Okay. You see how heavy what is inside is? These are the issues. Okay, our stage director is there. Thank you. Step up, please, to the center of stage. Conversations that should be had within organizations. The next one is coming. Ensure that the people are being well cared for in the things that matter, not just the things that have been done, so that we can tick boxes. No, because I took away what you said. Someone with malaria, you know, we're back in 2-3 days. But what about somebody with anxiety? They might be there, but then they are not there. So let's be looking even deeper. Is somebody taking something away that you will take back to your organization? I know I am, and I'm grateful that how many members of my team are here today? How many are we? Four members of my team are here. So we know our head of HR is even here. So we know the conversations that we should be having. And madam, yes, me too. I want to take a break. Let me go and rest my head. Thank you so much. Please appreciate Dr. Maymunah Kadiri and the entire team for putting this together. Thank you. And thank you to panel 1. Before we have our second panel, we have a conversation that I know many of you will love to listen to, because our speaker, who will be taking the stage in a few moments, is one that I deeply admire and love to listen to. From her days on CNN, from her days on reporting what's going on with the Chibok girls, to her days on speaking on TEDx, to her days of launching SBB Media and talking about lifting the voices of women and real African stories for global change, to today that we have the privilege to listen to her on the stage of the Mental Health Conference 3.0. Please welcome with me to speak for the next 15 minutes, the founder, SBB Media, Ms. Stephanie Busari. Everyone with a rousing applause, please receive her very warmly. Just her. Yes, just her over here. Which would you prefer? You'll stand. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Maymunah is not here, but I just wanted to really thank her for dedicating her life to something that not many people talk about. This topic is so important. Mental health is so critical, in fact, as we just heard on the panel. And Dr. Maymunah makes space. She's made space for me many times, and she really just dedicates her life. She walks the walk. So yeah, I'll thank her privately, but I really just wanted to thank her publicly as well. Okay. So what's my story? I've reported many stories on CNN and in my career, 25 years in international media. And, but nothing prepared me for a story on the 1st of November, 2021. I was sitting in my home at the time, in Ruxton Road, Ikoyi, and I felt a tremor. The building shook. And I thought, that's strange, because we don't have earthquakes in Nigeria, right? And, but it was fleeting, and it just disappeared in a moment. And suddenly, my phone started ringing. My phone was ringing from all places, urgently. And there was a call that came in that a multi-story building had collapsed on Gerrard Road. Does anyone remember that? Gerrard Road, Ikoyi. So, at the time, I was working, and then the tremor that I felt made sense, suddenly. And as a reporter, you know, at the time I was working as the bureau head of CNN in Nigeria and also correspondent. So grabbed my team, we rushed to the site. And, you know, it was a scene of total devastation. People were covered in concrete, white. There was one man who was white from his head to his toe. He was just covered in the debris. And then passers-by were pulling people out of, trying to pull survivors out of the debris, some of them using their bare hands. And I was standing in front of the microphone. I was holding my microphone, standing in front of the camera, getting ready to report live. As we do, that's what we do as journalists. You know, breaking news doesn't wait for convenient timing. I've covered accidents, I've covered bomb blasts, and I spent more than 11 years covering the Chibok girls' kidnapping tragedy. And tragedies that for someone else marks the worst days of their lives, but for me, it's just part of the job. You learn to create a professional distance, a glass wall between what you're seeing and what you're feeling. You have to, or you can't do the work. So when I rushed to the scene with my crew, and I saw this scene of total devastation, we did what we were trained to do. We stayed calm and professional, and we delivered the facts to the world. Families were gathered, screaming and wailing began, and it was a sense of such horror and heartbreak. Luxury flats in Ikoyi are not supposed to collapse. What I didn't know, or didn't know in that moment, is that somewhere in that rubble, under tons of concrete and twisted metal, was Sammy. Sammy, who had just celebrated his 35th birthday a few weeks earlier. Sammy, who had just arrived in Lagos from his home in London. I had spoken to him a day earlier and invited him to stay with me. He opted to stay with the developer of that property, Mr. Femi Oshibono, someone he considered a mentor and a destiny helper. He was a young entrepreneur trying to find his way in the business world. Sammy was like a brother to me, and I reported his death before I even knew he was dying. When someone asks trauma, what's your story? I want to tell you about 2021. The year I learned that grief doesn't come in single servings. The year I discovered that you can lose someone while the whole country watches, and then lose someone else before you've even begun to understand what the first loss means. So let me take you back briefly, because trauma only makes sense when you understand what was there before it shattered. Sammy's mom, Auntie Rosemary, and my mom were best friends at school and had known each other since they were 13 years old. And all their children grew up together. Sammy was special. He was kind to a fault. He could cook up a storm, and there was nothing too small or too big for him to do for you. He truly showed up for his friends and loved ones. I wasn't expecting to cry, I'm so sorry. And my mother. My mother was my North Star, a lioness woman who went to battle for her children. She was unfazed by most of life's problems. When you asked my mother, when you told her about something bothering you, she would say, "Oh, is that it? Don't worry about that." And she just knew the right thing to say to make worries go away. She was also a prayer warrior. She was indomitable and made me feel tethered to something solid. I had a life that made sense, a career I loved, and a family that felt unbreakable. That day, I was doing a series of live reports, and I was preparing for another one when Sammy's sister called me. She told me 4 words that sent me spiraling, and I immediately crumbled. Sammy is in there, sis. They hadn't found him by that point, but his last known whereabouts was in the building where he had posted a video. He was in the car, he had posted a video saying, oh, Lagos traffic is so hectic or something like that. And that was the last video he ever posted. And in that moment, I immediately stopped being a journalist and I became the person whose brother was trapped under rubble. His sisters flew in from London and we stayed vigil at the building site. We prayed and prayed for his survival. Until his lifeless body was finally pulled out of the rubble. To say I was devastated was an understatement. I had narrated his death, and I had been there. It's fine, don't worry, thank you. I'd been there mere meters away while he was dying. I had told the world what was happening, and I hadn't known I was telling my own story. I felt a crushing sense of guilt. The professional training that taught me to maintain distance, to stay objective, to not let emotion cloud the reporting, enabled me to stay reporting calmly while Sammy was being crushed by concrete. I felt nothing but the adrenaline of a breaking news story. Grief after traumatic death is strange. It doesn't follow a path. It ambushes you in the middle of ordinary moments. I'd be reading a script and suddenly remember his laugh. I'd be driving and have to pull over because I couldn't breathe through the realization that he was gone. But I kept working, because what else you do? The news doesn't stop. Lagos doesn't stop. Life doesn't pause for your pain. I threw myself into work, into routine, into the illusion of normalcy. If I kept moving, maybe I wouldn't have to feel it fully. If I stayed professional, maybe I could outrun the grief. But I was wrong. 5 months later, my mother died. I was in the hospital as she drew her last breath. And her entire family were around her bedside, praying and singing as she passed away. It was really the perfect full circle moment. She brought me into life, and I watched as she departed it. I did go into a spiral. 5 months is nothing. It's not enough time to process the first loss, let alone prepare you for another one. But grief doesn't wait for permission. Trauma doesn't check your schedule. When my mother died, something inside me didn't just break, it stopped. Like a machine that's been pushed too hard for too long and finally gives up. I remember standing in her room after she was gone, looking at her things and feeling nothing. Not sadness, not pain, just an enormous echoing nothing. The void my cousin's death had created was now a chasm, and I was standing at the edge of it, completely alone. And for the first time in my career, I couldn't do it. I couldn't go on air. I couldn't write a script, couldn't pretend that was fine. The glass wall I'd built between professional and personal had shattered completely, and I was left standing in the debris. I took a month off work. Thankfully, CNN had a very strong EAP program. And in that 1 month, I was able to process and really just allow myself to stop and process the pain of my loss. But I wish I could tell you that the month was healing, that I went somewhere beautiful, did some soul searching, came back renewed. The truth is messier. I spent a lot of time staring at walls. I prayed. I asked God why. I slept at strange hours, mostly on the sofa in my living room. I ignored phone calls. I forgot to eat. I cried at random moments, and I felt nothing at others. Dr. May was a solid rock in that period. I had only met her a handful of times before that, but she called me every night for 2 weeks to check on me until she felt I was a bit stronger. Some days I think I'm getting better. Other days I think I'll never be whole again. Both things were very true. But what I learned during that month is that grief is not something you recover from. It's not an illness you cure. It's reality you learn to carry. And some days the weight is bearable, and some days it crushes you into the ground. I also learned that taking time off wasn't weakness, it was survival. It was the difference between breaking temporarily and breaking permanently. What kept me going was the warm embrace of God. He enveloped me in his love, and gradually I regained strength. He really does comfort the brokenhearted. Through my unwavering faith, I found peace, and I've learned to live through 2 great losses. But the truth is, if you don't fill a void like that, you learn to live around it. You learn to build a life that includes the empty space rather than trying to pretend it isn't there. Healing from compounded trauma is not easy, but here's what helped me survive. Honesty, admitting that I'm not okay, that some days I was barely functional, that the mask I wore in public was exhausting to maintain. I also truly grateful for the friends who checked in, the family members who remembered both my cousin and my mother with me, the colleagues who covered my shifts for a month without asking questions. We don't heal alone. I do believe we can also choose what we do with our pain. You can let it destroy you, or you can let it make you more human. We live in a world that wants grief to be private and quick, that wants trauma to be overcome, not lived with, that wants us to find a lesson, share the wisdom, and move on. But compound trauma doesn't work like that. Losing 2 people who were central to my world within 5 months doesn't create a tidy narrative arc. Reporting on your own family member's death while it's happening doesn't lead to some profound insight about journalism and humanity. Sometimes trauma is just trauma. And the story is that you survived it. And you're still surviving it, and that's enough. If you're sitting in this room carrying your own void, whether it's from loss or violence or betrayal, or any of the 1,000 ways life can break you, I want you to know you don't have to fill it, you don't have to fix it, you don't have to turn it into inspiration. You just have to keep breathing, keep showing up, keep being honest about what's hard. And on the days when you can't, that's okay too. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Steph. Thank you. Thank you. Please, we'll take a photograph with you up here with Dr. May. I welcome Dr. May to take a photograph with Steph up here. Steph, please. Dr. May is coming to join you for a quick photo. We are grateful for the vulnerability to share, the willingness, the openness, and the permission for many of us in here to know that we are not alone. and that whenever it is, sometimes we need someone to call on us and check up on us. It's not because we are weak, it's because we need help at that time. We need support, and support is indeed available. And sometimes we are the support that others need. I ask myself, Joyce, if you call person every day, 2 nights, 2 weeks, Chineke, what's happen? But I asked again, why not? Why shouldn't I set a reminder every evening for 1 week or 2? Please bring the gift. To a friend, to call a friend who needs me to call. And immediately I set my reminder to call a friend of mine now every day for the next 2 weeks, because I know that 2 days ago, herself, her husband, and the children left the house burning with only the clothes on their bodies. What if they were in the fire? So I know it's tough. Everything else was left in the house. Not one piece of paper came out of the house with them besides what they were wearing. Like she wrote in the text, not even slippers, just what we were wearing. So I will call her and be her strength and her support. Now, who are you calling? Remember the song we sang? I won't see you cry. Not because you don't have tears, but because I will be there to wipe them with you. I'll be there to stand with you. Once again, please thank Steph Boseri for sharing her story. Thank you so much. I would need help to take the lectern back to the right position. Please help me get his attention. I would need help to get the lectern back to the position, because our second keynote is, yes please sir, is ready. One question for everyone in the audience. Has this been a worthwhile investment of your time? Yes? When we invite you for the Mental Health Conference 4.0, would you come? Would you bring others? Would you bring people who need to take the information back to their organizations? Would you share the word with people who need to set alarms to call others to help and to support? Would you send the message to someone in your family that you may have said, this person has coin? What are those words that our first keynote speaker used? So you go say, then they colo, then they craze, then they meant, then they whatever it is. Now, would we say to them, come, let's go and see how to help ourselves? So let's get ready, because guess what? There is still more to come, starting with our next keynote. This speaks to a national roadmap for trauma care and mental health inclusion. And it's been brought to us by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, who is ably represented today by our Oga at the top. Dr. Maymunah's Oga, my Oga as well at the top. He is medical director, and he is also a consultant neuropsychiatrist. Please welcome Dr. Owoye as he shares with us in the keynote today. Thank you so much, sir, for honoring us with your time and your presence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I bring greetings from the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako, and also send his apology for not being able to be here this afternoon, just for me to represent him at this occasion. Before going to the keynote address, I want to thank God for the gift of Dr. May to Nigeria. And not that alone, to our institution, Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Yaba, Lagos, where she trained. So you made us proud. Anytime we see you, we're happy. Thank you so much for the work you do. I also want to thank Prince Kadiri for the support, for the encouragement. And also all the speakers, the panelists, those who have said something about their story. I really appreciate you for doing that, because others will learn it from it. And maybe we are going to have the keynote address projected? Yes. Thank you so much for that. How I'm going to talk on Nigeria's national roadmap for trauma care and mental inclusion, mental health inclusion. And it's a keynote address from the Honorable Minister of State for Health. Let's quickly go through the outline. I just look at it. We are going to look at the meaning of trauma. What is your story? Our threefold mission for today, which we've been having. Then the federal government roadmap policy on trauma and mental health inclusion. And then we conclude within the next 30 minutes, or 20 minutes, so that we'll keep the time so short. I go through it one after the other. It is with a heart full of both solemnity and hope that I welcome everybody to this groundbreaking conference themed Trauma. What is your story? Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today in a nation that is loud, vibrant, and resilient. A nation that celebrates its joy with infectious music and its faith with unshakable conviction. But beneath this vibrant tapestry, there exists a quieter, parallel Nigeria. We have seen some of them this morning. A Nigerian of silent screams, of muffled tears, of memories too painful to utter. It is the Nigeria of the hidden scar. Now, looking at trauma, what does it mean? We've had various definitions to it. It is any disturbing experience that results in significant fear, helplessness, dissociation, confusion, or other disruptive feelings intense enough to have a long-lasting negative effect on that person's attitude, behavior, and other aspects of functioning. What are those things that could bring this to come up? Traumatic events include those caused by human behavior. Your behavior, my behavior. As we have in rape, war, as we have in Far East, in Europe, industrial accidents. How these are just man-made events from our own human behavior. What about from nature? Earthquakes and various natural disasters often challenge an individual's view of the world as a just, safe, unpredictable place, or any serious physical injury, such as widespread one or a blow to the head. Now, looking at it from these points, next slide, you will see that trauma mainly arises from nature and human behavior. And when they are so intense, they challenge the existence of that individual. That is just the core meaning of trauma. The behavior, the human behavior, and the natural disasters tend to cause a scar. And that scar has a name, which is trauma. Trauma is the story we look away in the deepest chamber of our hearts. It is the unseen weight that bends our posture when we walk. It is the tremor in a voice that is trying to sound strong. The unexplained anger, the profound sadness, and the chronic anxiety. In Nigeria today, our trauma is both collective and deeply personal. Just like we said, what is your story? Here you will see, it is the story of a young woman from Chibok and all others who carry the scars of abduction on the highway. It is the story of a farmer in the Middle Belt who has seen his life's work destroyed by conflict or chaos. It is the story of the domestic abuse survivor who is told, be patient, marriage is a cross, just continue to bear it. It is the story of an accident victim, the orphan, the bullied child, the victim of political violence, the one who has lost a loved one to a senseless act. Our theme today in this conference is a question, and it is a profound one. What is your story? Next slide, okay. Good. This is not a question we ask one another in Nigeria, usually when we say, what is your story? We are a society that often tells people to be strong, to forget the past, and to move on. But how can we move on when the wound has never been treated? How can we be strong when the foundation of our spirit is cracked? This conference, therefore, has a threefold mission: to uncover, to confront, and to transform. Let's look at it one after the other. To uncover first, we must uncover. And how do we do this? We must create a safe place, like this one this afternoon, where silence is broken. We have seen somebody who expressed emotion, and it was good for her to ventilate her feelings because it is healing in nature. Not that alone. We must give ourselves and others the permission to speak the unspeakable, to name the pains, to bring that hidden scar out of the shadows into the light. So therefore, this afternoon, uncovering is an act of immense courage. It is the first and the most critical step towards healing. So you must uncover it. Now, the next stage is that we must confront. To confront in this sense is not to fight it, but to face it with clarity and with compassion. It is to understand its grip on our lives, our relationships, our choices, and even our national psychic. Ladies and gentlemen, we must confront the uncomfortable truth that trauma, if left unaddressed, is a ghost that directs the actions of the living, and we must not allow it. The third aspect is to transform. You remember I said we have threefold assignment to carry out here today, and that's the final one. We must transform. This is our ultimate goal. Next slide. This is our ultimate goal. We are not here to simply open old wound. Next slide. Not at all. We are not here to open old wounds. We are here to learn on how to heal. Ladies and gentlemen, transformation is the process of taking our pain and reforming it into purpose. It's just like an animal you put in a pit and you continue to pour sand on it, and the animal continues to shake it off. As it continues to shake off those dust, it comes up out of the pit. That should be your approach and my approach to achieve purpose. It is about rewriting the narrative of our lives from one of victimhood to one of survivorship, and ultimately to one of thrivership. So you must learn how to thrive under difficult conditions. So the main question today, I ask you again, as you sit here today, what is your story? Everybody has a story to tell. It's only the little baby just coming into the world. If he can speak, he can even tell a story, because that journey, it wasn't easy. So you do not have to shout it from the rooftops. No, you don't need to shout your story from the rooftops. But I invite you to ask yourself that question in the quiet of your own mind. And to those who have the strength to share, know that this room is a sanctuary. Once you are ready to tell your story, I want you to note this afternoon that your story, no matter how broken you think it is valid. Your pain is real. And I want you to note that your healing is possible. Now, linking all this to what the federal government is doing, because they know that there is actually trauma, and the federal government develops policies to improve care. And this policy being developed was in alignment with the federal government commitment to improving trauma care in Nigeria. This policy will cover all aspects of trauma care, from pre-hospital and emergency care to rehabilitation and reintegration back to the community. So there is actually a policy, but being implemented gradually. In that policy, prevention is our first line of defense by raising awareness, implementing robust safety protocols, and ensuring quick access to emergency medical care. This the federal government is doing. There is need for you and me to, just like Dr. May is creating awareness, there is need for you and me to also join in the conversation about trauma, and then also ensuring quick access to care. And part of the policy is the establishment of the National Emergency Ambulance Services across the nation. This is being unfolded gradually. There are some ambulance services across various states of the nation. The establishment of the National Trauma Care Centers across the nation too. And not that alone, the establishment of psychosocial intervention center at state levels. We all witnessed what happened during bomb blasts. Okay, our institution, Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Yaba, play a very important part in that situation, because we had personnel who joined in the fight against the trauma. And the steady increase in the mental health facility, though not fast. In the last 2 years now, we've just added 2 to 7, and another one is gradually coming up now in Kano. Gradually now making 10. So within the last 2 years, we have not done badly. Because if we have been doing it like this, 2 or 3, every 2 years, by now we will have mental health facilities across the nation. But it's not so bad. We are still going to get there. Now, what is your expectation today from this conference? Over the course of this conference, you will still hear story. You have heard story for those of us who came early. You will see hear more story that will break your hearts. And then you will witness the very same story, mend it again with their power and resilience, just like we have in our system. You will learn practical tools that will enable you to overcome trauma. You will connect with a community that understands. And not that alone. You will see that you are not alone. So no matter your story, just know that you are not alone in this situation. Others are also passing through similar ones or even worse than what you have passed through. Finally, let us live here today, not just as carriers of healing scars, but as ambassadors of hope. Let us be a generation that breaks the cycle of silence, suffering. Let us build a Nigeria. We are asking, what is your story? It's not an intrusion, but an act of love and healing. I thank you for your courage for being here this afternoon. I thank you for your willingness to listen, to learn, and to heal. I wish all of us a profoundly impactful deliberation. Thank you. Thank you.
Let the rounds of applause be stronger. I need Dr. Maymunah right now to bring the gift to our keynote speaker. Please, sir, I would ask you to come toward the center, and I know she would be here momentarily. Thank you for showing us that indeed, institutionally, work is being done, so there is hope. And with people like you, sir, and Dr. Maymunah, it will continue to get better and only get better. I need the gift, please. Okay. Let me take your part, sir. Thank you, sir. Our sincere appreciation to our keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Adekunle Salako, who has been very ably represented by Dr. Olubenga Owoye, who is the Medical Director of Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital in Yaba. He's also a consultant neuropsychiatrist himself. He's an egbon and a senior to Dr. May. She had spoken about it earlier in her days of residency. Of course, he was one of her bosses, and this is decades of support. So we thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you again with more wonderful stories. Please let your claps be really strong. Thank you, sir. It's a worthy experience, so that we are able to transform from hearers to doers,
to making decisions, to be support, strength, and to empower ourselves to be stronger support. I have 3 children in university. Well, one is a graduate now. And I'm asking myself questions about what they might be going through that I don't know, and how else I can offer support, because I'm hearing different things resonate within me. And one of the things that I know has helped me and my boys in the last 2 years is the game, Deeper Expression, which we got from Dr. May. We got this, and we also got, there's another one, the one after this. That one has even more Gen Z style questions. Now, you can, when you open the box, there are 6 different sets of cards. This one, for example, is under the theme deep connection, okay? And so everybody picks the cards. And example question here is, have you ever struggled with any kind of addiction? If yes, what kind? And so I told them about the addiction that I struggled with. I struggled with 2 addictions. One was soaking gari with milk. Don't laugh. It was not funny. If I hadn't had 5 to 8 cups of gari a day, I couldn't function. So it wasn't funny. And the second was alcohol. By my 10th birthday, I don't drink past some of you for this room. Because my mama and I jaw. And waiting they use insult person, they say drink Coke, sugar and water, when no Google day. And it was okay. My father grew up, you know, he spent some of his time in France. So there were always nice wines and different sorts of cognac to play around with and hide behind and take some more and take some more and take some more, until during NYSC they tell you your liver is like that of a 70-year-old. And then I was in trouble, and I said, Lord, help me. And then you remember that as much as we need pastors and prayer, we need medical professionals to help. So imagine having a conversation like this with your children. As long as they're, in my opinion, over the age of 10, 12, they're ready to have some of these conversations. So you could talk about them and see what you would have done differently and how it could help them. I picked this one from, okay, no, we didn't talk about sex. Yes, we did actually. But let me pick this one from one of the sex cards, just because this one is next. Do you have any fears or concerns when it comes to sex? And let them talk, because these are young men in their 20s, and I don't know who your young men or young women could be. It's not just for you and your children, it's for you and your spouse, you and your friends. I've had girlfriends and guy friends who've come over for breakfast. On some Fridays, we have akara and pap. Oh. And we invite some friends over, different sets, and then we bring out these cards and we discuss them, and sometimes it runs into 4 hours. We've had pilots, we've had all sorts of people, and we've had conversations that have helped us unmask. These are available for sale today. Please get your copy before you leave. Somebody say, I'll get my copy. Deep Expression was a book first before it became a game, and it has the story of the young lady in there, which I've read and I've shared and I've had people read in book clubs as well. It's a wonderful read to have and to read again and again. And after a day like this, it's good to go over it and buy a copy for a friend of yours, just to say, I care and we should be advocates together. And I'm going to ask Dr. May to ensure that by next time, and maybe we get to the emails, the oath we swore today, so that we can go over them again and again. We swore an oath. We were partaken of the creed, the mental health awareness creed, that we will be advocates and will stand for what is more. We have about 4 more items before we call it a day. We'll have 1 panel, we have 1 speaker, we have 1 other item, and then we have our vote of thanks. So please stay with us as we go all the way to the end. Yes? If you don't have small children to pick from school, of course, we know some people will have to go, but if you really absolutely don't have to, please stay. Don't say, I don't try. You never try finish. Try till the end. Tell somebody, say, never try finish. Try to the end. And let me tell you, Auntie Yinka is going to come back and perform again. You want to be a part of that one. I tell you, you want to be a part of that one. Before we call her, we'll have the panel discussion. But before the panel discussion, we have a 7-minute screen. Okay. All right. And to introduce the film, for those of us who were not here last year, well, not in this room where we had it, there was also another screening. Dr. May will talk to us about what is to be screened. But let me bring to your attention that there are some medical professionals outside who have free screening for all of us here as conference participants. This is courtesy Net Pharmacy. She just stepped out. She's going to be a part of the conversation in the next panel, and she has sponsored part of today's program by ensuring people from Net Pharmacy have free medical screening for us all there. She say, thank you, Net Pharmacy. And guess what? People who have been coming to eat in the restaurant have been enjoying it. So please ensure that we participate when it is time. 1 minute for Dr. May to be here and to talk about the... Now, before she comes back, let's talk about this. I mentioned it earlier, 7 Days of Healing. It's a recovery journal. It's free, and you can download it right now. There's a QR code that will come up on the screen. You can scan it if you haven't already. And please get your copy to go through self-healing. And I'm sure if you need more help, Dr. May and her team will be phone calls away. Deeper Expression, the game, the book. And there's one more. There's another one. There's another one that I need to see here about, not Deeper Expression, there's another name. Not Deepest Expression. Expression Deep. Well, scan and see what is behind the QR code. The next panel will be about the wellness equation: mind, body, money, and medicine. And you really would love to listen to the panelists who we have here, led by the moderator, 4 of them, plus the moderator, and it will be interesting conversations and very practical too, that we can use immediately. Is Dr. May here now? While she's coming, let's also say thank you to our sponsors and the representatives of our sponsors in the room. From Sterling Bank, please say thank you to them. Eat and Go, the brains behind Domino's Pizza, the yogurt people, Pinkberry, and they are here with lots to eat outside. Seplat Energy, thank you so much for your support this year. Nestle, we wouldn't have this without you. Thank you. Dr. Babi's not here anymore. Harleap Network, the Alternative Bank, Modre Foods, thank you so much for your support. Saudat Salami Foundation, thank you. Sense by Tega. Tega is going to be in the next conversation. Thank you so much for your support and your love from the first conference, second, and here we are, third. Thank you so much. Pinnacle Health Radio, Pinnacle Mental Health Institute, Pinnacle Speak Out Initiative, Pinnacle Medical Services, and the physicians. Please put your hands together for all our sponsors. Do you know it is possible there's somebody in this room who hasn't stood up since we started? It's possible. Please stand. Because it is called a stretch break. Please stand. As Dr. May is coming up, stand with her. You see what's on her head? The satellite of the Mental Health Conference. All the colors. Okay, there's only one color that's not there. White. Ah, where is the guy, the gele guy? Let's add the white. Or next year, 4 colors complete. Someone, whilst you're standing, stretching your legs, kicking them out right now. Okay, doing your hands this way. And taking them to the side. I'm borrowing because I've seen Tega do this before. And taking it up and taking it to the back. Then now bring them together and put them together for Dr. May.
Thank you. Yes, please. So thank you so much. Please do have your seat, please. If they like. Just so you can stand up right now. So we have a short movie we want to show. And that's because there's a need for us to prioritize mental health in a workplace. If we all have 24 hours, which we do have, nobody has 24 hours, 1 second. No, we all have 24 hours. And if you sleep 6 hours, 7 hours, let us do the average of 7 hours. That means 2/3 of that 17 hours, we are spending it in the workplace. 2/3. So why wouldn't you want to have an environment that's enabling, that's supportive, that you can feel seen, heard, and safe enough. Hence the reason we say, look, with the theme for the World Mental Health Day, let's talk about the need to prioritize mental health. And hence the reason why we have our movie. It's just short, it's 7 minutes, and I'm really hoping that you grab the lesson that we have, we want to project in this movie. And it has a twist, because when you start it, you won't know where we are heading. But at the end of the day, maybe we will have a prize winner for the person that will give us the best response after the movie. Joyce? Yes. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dr. May. I'll be watching for the best response after the movie. No Joro, no Wayo, no Mago, no Mago, no Wayo, oh. All right, let's have the movie now. Dig Deeper, yes, that's the name of the one I was trying to find. Dig Deeper. Yes, I have that too. That's the one that I said is Gen Z-ish. It's really good for young adults and cool. Please, you can play it anytime, or not because I'm talking about Dig Deeper. Dig into the movie and let's enjoy it together. Yes, they have them for sale outside. So whenever you do step out, either now or at the end of the event, please do well to take a box home with you, but pay for it first. Thank you, Pinnacle Medical Services.
Hello, Vivian. Okay, so can you get everyone in for the meeting? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So management has decided to introduce something new into our welfare structure, an employee assistance program. It is a mental health and wellness package, and it includes 24/7 online counseling, stress management webinars, grief counseling, support for family conflict, depression, and anxiety, and so many more. It is a total wellness package for all employees.
Instead of this therapy thing, can we just increase our salaries?
Yes, now. Mental health good parents.
Can it even put food on my table?
Therapy. Yeah, I'm not mad though. I been be those program for people with decrease.
How are we so sure that the management will not use our information in the nearest future against us?
By the way, someone new is joining us today. This person has also been open about living with mental health challenges.
God forbid. They want to bring one madman here.
What if the person just start to shout? Does that spitting on us?
Or even attack us during work. You don't sign up for this one, I beg.
Ladies and gentlemen, please meet Mr. Adewale, our new CEO and the new owner of our company.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. I couldn't help overhear some of your concerns.
assistance program because I have been living with mental health challenges since I was 15 years old. As a teenager, I was bullied. I slipped into depression. At university, I thought I had escaped, but stress crushed me again. I started working, deadlines, pressure, loneliness, they nearly broke me. And then I discovered something, workplace mental health initiatives, just like employee assistance program. Found therapy, found counseling. And these lifelines kept me standing. Today, I lead million-dollar businesses, over 200 staffs across Nigeria and across the globe. And yes, while living with mental health challenges.
So people with mental health challenges can still succeed.
Mental health challenge is not madness. It's a health challenge. It needs management and support, just like diabetes and hypertension. What it doesn't need is stigma.
Sam, we are so sorry. We didn't understand.
Here are some myths and facts about mental illness. Some myth says people with mental illness can't work, but the fact is many lead, innovate, and thrive in their careers. Some myth says therapy is for crazy people, but fact is therapy is for anyone who wants to grow. Some myth says mental illness is weakness, but the fact is it is a health condition, treatable, manageable, and it's real. Thank you.
Well, I'm all in for this employee assistance program.
The strength of this company is not in its buildings or profits, but in its people. Mental health should be prioritized in the workplace. Because when we build workplaces where everybody belongs, the anxious, the strong, the grieving, the thriving, then we build companies that will last.
Please appreciate the entire team that put this together. Pinnacle Medical Services, thank you for creating this tool that we can use to share across board for the awareness of mental health and its importance within workspaces. Please thank the Mental Health Conference also, 3.0, for making it happen. I know your hands might be getting tired. But there is science to show that the more you clap, the more energized you become. Test it, let's see. Let's try it. Is it working? Small? Okay, clap a little more. Just a little more and then we'll see that. Yeah, it's working up there. I see. See the smiles on their faces. Hello? Okay, which one is my mic? Okay, this one. Thank you. Please I will keep the water. Thank you. Please just keep it there for me. It's now mine. Thank you so much. We're getting ready to go into our next panel session. We do need help with the chairs here, please. I need attention. Yes, thank you. We'll have double. We'll have 1, 2, and that, please, because we'll have 5 of them up stage. Earlier this year, yes, that's okay, and then the other 2. I had invited Dr. May to speak at a conference that we put together in January called the Money Making Mouth Conference. And that's for women who want to speak more to win, speak more confidently, clearly, speak to make money, and speak about the things they already know, but we show them how that money can also lead to more wealth, more influence, more power, because that is what myself and my team do. And there was something she said about how many of us, many women, feel traumatized when we want to talk about money because we're raised to think that money was evil, money is not for us, we're not to, no, it's not for you, And if you talk about money, then you are you're a bad girl. Yeah, or a bad woman, like the Nigerian Constitution says. But she talked about digging deep and shared with us a few pointers to embracing the money conversation. And so I'm happy that right here today, yeah, we need that on this side. Thank you so much. He needs help. Please help him so he's not traumatized by carrying that chair all by himself. What's your story, sir? I carried a chair while I was on stage. My back now did grim. And then people were laughing. They didn't know it was serious. 6 years later, we're now coming from, please, that story is not going to happen here today. So we'll curve this one just a little bit. Yes, bring it. Yes, take that one back just a bit. And then turn the one for the moderator to face in just a little bit more. Fantabulous. Please put your hands together. It's our work. Soft work. Let's talk about the wellness equation. Mind, body, money, and medicine. And to lead this conversation, I'm glad to bring up our moderator, Saudat Salami. Please put your hands together. Entrepreneur per excellence, business coach. And I know she goes even beyond business coaching to some level of life coaching, supports friendship coaching. In fact, she's a wonderful person, and her foundation has been one of the sponsors of today's event. Madam Moderator, I'll hand over to you to welcome your speakers. Please celebrate Saudat Salami, Moderator.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Trauma. When Dr. Maymunah came up with this name, the first thing in my head, like everybody, is like madness. Madness, who will come? Who will share their story? And Stephanie, that was brave. That was really brave. I don't think I can come on stage and tell that and even cry and do all that. That was very brave. And I hope you are able to transform your life into something bigger. You're already on the big stage, so I can imagine how big you're going to take that story and do something great with it. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for staying. Thank you for coming through the rain. And thank you for coming to a trauma conference. I know some of you came here because you have your own story. Not all of you can come on stage and share that story, but I know you have it at the back of your mind. I hope that from the little or a lot that we have shared since we started today, your uncovering, your transformation has started. And for those that you know that are also going through something traumatic, I hope you're able to take what you learn from here to help them to heal, to transform their lives into something great. So this session is about, yes, the wellness equation, mind, body, money, and medicine. And we're going to explore the intersection. Because true wellness is not one-dimensional. It's about mental health, physical well-being, financial stability, and medical care, all connected to determine how whole and resilient we are. And to share this conversation with me are incredible thought leaders. We have Ogene Tega Badagry, a corporate wellness strategist, helping leaders and organizations build cultures where people thrive and not burn out. Then we have Folusha Ogunwale, the founder and CEO of iFitness, West Africa's first and fastest growing fitness chain, on a mission to make health and fitness accessible and sustainable. He's our leader. I'm a member. And we have Josephine Ehime, the founder and CEO of Net Pharmacy, a clinical and community pharmacist with decades of experience, a business coach, and a passionate advocate of health and wellness. Then finally, we have Temi Dali, Group Executive Human Capital and Corporate Services at Sterling Financial Holdings, and one of Africa's most respected HR leaders, championing wellness, inclusion, and transformation in workplaces. Now, together, they will bring perspective from corporate wellness, physical fitness, pharmacy, and medicine, and organization leadership. My role is very simple. I'm just going to ensure that we weave the voices together and we give practical insights so that you can apply it to your life, to your work, to your community. So let's get on with it. Now, am I going to ask what's your story? Because I don't want us to be crying here. I don't want us to be crying here. Are we going to talk about your story? So, very briefly, because we have 40 minutes, and I have a lot of questions here. So, I'm going to leave that what's your story out first. Please, permit me, because I've written many questions for people. So let me start with Tega. No, let me start with a general question. So all of us can, when we talk about trauma, wellness, balance, and the equation of all this and how this affects us, I want you to look at this. It's also about your story anyway. I want you to look at this and tell me how it affects you. What does it mean to you personally and professionally? Because they are all of you, we're looking at it from different perspectives, because we can heal from trauma in many ways. And all of you play a big role for us. So can we start with you? Just tell us what's this thing? What does it mean to you personally and professionally? Yes, you. You're my immediate now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think everybody can hear me. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. So thinking about the theme, thinking about trauma, the well-being equation, mind, body, money, I think I will start with the trauma, because that is the theme of the conference. And for me, I think that if I look at the conference, I see it as a profound shift from it being something that we react to when there's crisis, to actually bringing it to mainstay, for us to have these conversations, this sharing, this learning. And so that is critical. Because when we think about trauma, like the last speaker, when he did the presentation, we think about all the major incidences, the wars, the accidents, really heavy stuff. But trauma happens every day. It's silent. It seeps in. And I walked in when Stephanie was speaking, and I chatted. My EA is in the room, and I said, she's telling my story. We all have a story to tell. When I look at it personally, I say for me, what I have learned is that leadership or success doesn't exempt you from trauma. It is woven into the very fabric of who we are, and it's important that we know how to deal with it, and how to handle it, and how to heal, and how to transform. And more importantly, refocus it to your purpose. It's bigger than you. Professionally, we need to start the conversations of what we need to do from an organizational perspective to create the right cultures, the enabling environment, the safe spaces, so that people can deal with these issues. I'm sure that when we get to other questions, we'll then talk about the money, the body, and all of that. But for me, I'm going to stay with the trauma. Thank you.
Thank you. Talking about safe spaces. So, you're next.
Okay, thank you very much. Personally, looking at it as a healthcare professional,
Wellness, I'll take it from the wellness angle. It's not just one single thing. It stands on the 4 pillars: the mind, the body, money, and medicine. When my mind is at peace, my money decisions, they don't add to my stress. Do we agree? Yes. And my body feels stronger because health, it starts from here. Like what Dr. Maymunah said, there's no health without mental health. Yeah. So when my mind is strong, my body feels it too. And then my money, I don't stress about it. And then medicine is supposed to support and is able to do it now when the other pillars are strong. Professionally, as a pharmacist, I've seen trauma, either as financial, physical, emotional, spill into every areas of people's life. So the businesswoman who has rent to pay, I've heard business people say once it gets to the 3rd week of the month, they are jittery because salary is coming again, right? So for that person, that deadline, that bill causes, she feels she's having ulcer attack. But it's not ulcer. It's the financial, thought of how I'm going to pay these bills. Let me give you a quick story if I have the time. A patient came into the pharmacy and said he's having serious, massive palpitations. And every time he feels he wants to pass out. And I said, you may need to go to the hospital and see the doctor. And he went and saw the doctor. They ran a couple of tests and all that. They gave him a beta blocker for the medical people here, something that helps to slow your heart rate down and all that. So he came back and told me, I said, okay, give it a week and come back. Let's see how you are doing. He came back in a week and said, it's worse now. Now I feel I want to black out. It is bad. I said, you need to see a cardiologist now. So he went back to the hospital and booked an appointment to see the cardiologist. They did more tests, and the cardiologist sat down with him for about 30 minutes. There was nothing wrong with his heart. Stress-induced anxiety coming from the bill he has to pay for his mother's illness. So I'll just stop there.
Okay, our eye fitness, let's hear your views.
I think, I was really touched by Stephanie's story. And I kept thinking about several things that maybe haven't yet occurred to me in the line of thinking about trauma and, different issues that happens to people. And if you heard doctor's definition of trauma, he said it's devastating enough that it could have a negative consequence on you. And that just stood out for me. So it's almost like you've already been beaten once. It's bad enough. It's devastating enough. So trauma obviously isn't somebody pissing me off, right? That's not trauma. It must be devastating enough to a degree at which it can then spring up other issues, especially if not, well managed. And I think that's all just been, going on and on in my head. So I remember growing up, there was one of our neighbors who, my dad just came and said, this man passed on. That he lost, I think he was expecting some goods. So the goods got, I think the ship sunk. And I remember I said 1 million naira, and the man just shouted, hey. Heart attack immediately, he never survived it. Now think about that for a moment. 1 million. But it was that time, and we're young. Maybe in today's money, that's some billions. You see? But it was devastating enough that it led to something else. Now, think about the vacuum that man has left in the life of his wife and the children. You can't even quantify it in naira terms. And I think that's what stood up for me today to say, trauma is real. Look at Stephanie's story. It doesn't there's no schedule, there's no planning. It's just a normal day like every other day, and boom. Then when it happens, the biggest thing for us all is, okay, it's sad, it's bad, it's terrible. How do we make sure that from this, it doesn't lead to something else, like that man's story? All the things we mentioned, those factors, fitness, wellness, all those things are more like coping mechanisms that will help us cope through and help us get by. The man who shouted and lost his life is like any one of us. He just couldn't cope with it. And something else then happened. On the fitness side, one of the big things around, embracing fitness is it helps to heal. So trauma throws us off balance. We need things that will bring us gradually with time into balance. The man whose heart was, palpitating and all, he's already off balance. By embracing, and when we say fitness, we're talking about training, proper nutrition, is to try to bring the body back to balance. So sleep is better, recovery is better. On the other hand, it helps to build resilience, because for everyone who has come, so I can say for a fact, the people who have survived trauma and gotten out of it and they're living their lives, they're way stronger emotionally than people who have not experienced that level of trauma. The resilience that is built from going through, if COVID happens again, I'm not sure we'll be as devastated as 5 years ago. Because we survived it, and thank God we didn't die. But if there's COVID-20 now, we're not going to like it, but we're not going to be as afraid as we were at that time, you see? Because I remember when there was a CNN something going on, and they were asking, who are the people that have experienced this kind of thing before, where the world shut down? And it was decades ago. Many people alive had never even experienced it before, where the entire world just shuts down. But because we have experienced it in our own lifetime, if it does happen again, so the resilience that comes out of it is key. And I think the third thing is the community support. Talking to other people, getting out of that imbalance and trying to create a new community of friends also helps. But I think the biggest standing point for me is trauma throws us off balance. If anything at all, we don't want to be hit a second time, because that potentially is the story of a lot of people. One area of life is affected, 5 other areas then get affected. I think if that's is one takeaway from here, I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you so much. Trauma throws us off balance. And another thing, I always like to look at the good side. It makes us resilient. It just makes you stronger. And by the time another big thing hits, it doesn't look big to you anymore. And you can also help other people with that kind of muscle. So, Tega.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to speak to the wellness equation. A lot of trauma talk has been had. So, personally for me, I say that the wellness equation is anything that keeps us optimal, we hear it every time. Eat well, sleep well, make sure you have adequate movement. Joyce made sure we had go Thai fitness. Make sure you have adequate movements, maintain positive relationships, and of course, think positively. As a corporate wellness strategist, I would like to beam the light into the workplace. And professionally, I would I would like to frame wellness equation as a risk management framework, right? And I want to invite leaders to think through the strategic assets that help to build sustainable performance in the workplace. We must stop looking at health as a cost center. Leaders need to treat mental and physical well-being as non-negotiable assets. Let's look at it as the chicken that lays the golden egg. If you fail to protect the egg, you lose if you fail to protect the chicken, you lose the egg, right? And my second thing is wellness as an optional benefit, right? We see organizations treat it like perks. Wellness is your business strategy that protects productivity in the workplace. Secondly, or thirdly, resilience is systemic. We must ensure that we build wellness into the workplace culture and stop positioning it as the sole responsibility of the individual employee. Don't think that the employee is only responsible for their well-being. Wellness has to be ingrained into the workplace culture. As I wrap up, I would like to say that, the difference between workplace wellness programs that offer temporary benefits, they do offer temporary benefits, and the ones that, build or drive resilient, profitable growth is whether you see it as a strategy. Wellness is your business strategy.
Okay. Are we at half point? Good. Now I'm going to do one round of questions for you. And I want to start from the money, forgive me, the money part. Okay, so Temi, I'm going to you. And yes, talking about what iFitness man talked, 1 million and the man fainted. So financial stress, we all know that. This is beginning of the month. I hope we have all paid salaries last month if you're a business owner. So let's look at the financial stress. And that is a silent trauma for many of us. You can't hear me. Better go and pay your people. Pay your people salary. Oh. Don't come and faint. Oh. So, financial stress is a silent trauma. Now, from your perspective, how does money or lack of it fit into the wellness equation? Be gentle.
A very relevant question. And when Tega was speaking to the wellness equation, she touched on a few things. But I find that the finance bit is actually the most critical. And so when organizations are thinking about wellness, do we miss out the financial bit and just focus on the physical, the mental, and all of the other bits? Because total wellness is what we should aim for. And she's right, it's a strategic imperative because your people are your most important assets. For us at Sterling, I mean, we like to have conversations. Dr. May's family, I remember when we started the EAP, many years ago. I think we're one of the first organizations in Nigeria. And I want to tell leaders in the room, I am diverting a bit, but I'll come back to my story on finance. Build right, because you never know when you're going to build for yourself. When I was building a lot of strategies to do with wellness, I didn't know that I was going to experience a trauma, that I was going to need those structures and those systems for myself. And thank you, Dr. Me, for supporting me, for supporting the family. And I go back to finance. It's a silent killer. People are present, but they're not present. They're overwhelmed. I mean, she just described a man. And it happens. People are owing money all over the place. I mean, so many stories. So many stories. The first thing is, do you have the systems to listen? For us in Sterling, we co-create. It's called design thinking. A lot of times when we want to bring these strategies in place, we're speaking to the people who are going to use the strategies because they're the ones who need it. Financial literacy, financial advisory. We're about to introduce something we call financial mentorship. We have people we've seen are able to manage their finances. When we have people that are struggling, how do we do that match? Because people need that support. Then she talked about perks. Yes. Are they perks or are they long-term benefits? Your HMOs, your EAPs, your fitness plans cannot be negotiable because people need them. EAP, we've been on a journey. I mean, the stories that will come out from it, they don't tell me, they don't share with me the individual stories except when it's absolutely necessary. But I can tell you the number of suicides that we've been able to stop. It is not a joke. A lot of people are walking around with, they haven't been diagnosed. And they just have a call with one of the psychologists, and I'm getting some feedback. They need to come in. They need to come in. And so those things are important. When you're structuring your finance, is it just compensation? Or you're thinking about the holistic thing? I mean, we try to spread our benefits in such a way that even when we did our cost living allowance thing last year, we made sure that it's paid mid-month. I mean, someone at the back said, we finished the salary. Because we know that the main salary gets finished. Things like salary advancement, things like spreading your payments in such a way that the capital intense payments can be done quarterly and biannually. You know? And even then thinking about the future, where one of the few banks that was running equity stake very many years, you come into Sterling as part of your salary structure, you become an owner of the business. so that you are building your future, not just today, but tomorrow. And so many programs to assist people, whether it's to do with childcare, whether it's to do with your spouses, and just that total wellness, that finance is really in the heart of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, they say that money doesn't solve all problems, but I'll say that some people don't know where to shop. Money solves a lot. I'm telling you, money gives you options. You know how it is when alert comes in. Your blood pressure will just go push. You just be smiling anyhow. If you are like me, the first thing you do is like, I want to eat. Anytime I get alert, I'm just hungry. I don't know why. Doctor, you need to help me. So, one more question on money. Money is my love language, so bear with me. Now, this is to Josephine. As a businesswoman and coach, you've worked with entrepreneurs who struggle with money-related stress. What habits or mindset can help people build financial resilience while still prioritizing health?
Okay, thank you. Money is very, very important. I'm not going to lie and say and trivialize it. But sometimes it's how we look at money. A lot of the problems that when I sit with entrepreneurs, especially business people, women, you know, but let me not use women because we have a mixed crowd, is the tension that comes with it. And it's just there, silently, undercurrent, you know, nullifying every other thing. How many of you sleep and in your mind, your mind is still working? That is what money does. It's just there. It's just such a powerful force that we have to find a way to put it in the right perspective. So what do I tell people when I sit with them? Number one, pay yourself in health. Pay yourself in health, in wellness. You know, you make out money and say, this is for my rent, my company rent. This amount of money is for salaries. This amount of money is for this bill. And at what point in that ladder do you come in? Set aside money for wellness. Like somebody said, the day your body will, if you don't take out time to plan and take care of your health, the day it will pick a date, and trust me, it will not be the date, it will not be the best of dates. So put aside money. I had to, late last year, I had to be serious, and I gave him money. He knows what I mean.
I don't know about that.
If you know iFitness, all of us give him money. And those guys are so good. Your people are good. You will go there for just a workout, and before you know, you are paying for trainer and all that. And that was something I didn't know that I needed. Just by exercising regularly, I started sleeping well. So if I ask how many of us here even exercise, maybe he will be the one to do that later. Then our keynote speaker talked about digital, social media. Half of that money stress you are feeling is because you are comparing yourself to somebody online. Let's be true. Let's be truthful. You see these content creators, husband and wife, and they are online, kissing and loving on each other 24/7 online, and he's buying her a car today, and it is make-believe, please. But somebody is, like he said, somebody is getting miserable just watching them. You won't unfollow. You will watch it. Your heart is paining you. All that pressure for something that more than half of it is make-believe. And then your what? Your value is not just in your bank balance alone. Your life is rooted in purpose. Come on, are we not enjoying this mental health conference? This is her purpose. So you can find value in that. I know you make money from iFitness, but the purpose when you go there and see Nigerians, before you came in, it wasn't a thing. It wasn't a thing. for people to just wake up and go to the gym and work out, keep fit, lift the weight. So your life is more than your back balance. Practice gratitude. The life you had now was a prayer request at one point. Is that possible? But you get there, is the next big thing, the next big thing, the next big thing. If you take some of all this, you find that you can actually handle that money. You never get to a point. I don't think Jeff Bezos and the rest get to a point and they're like, I think I'm done now, I can rest. Does anybody have enough money? You never get enough. But there's place for contentment, there's place for gratitude, there's place for finding value and purpose outside what your bank balance says, and then there's place for prioritizing your health. Because at the end of the day, this is not just it's not something you do and say what this is not a sprint or it's a really whatever. And it's not, it's a lifestyle choice. Putting yourself first. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. So they say that if money is your only love language, find something else. Be grateful and celebrate all your wins. When you wake up in the morning, be grateful. Don't quickly check your accounts.
Or check social media.
Don't quickly check social media. That content is fake. You and I know it. It's fake. And Dr. May, stop. You are part of the people that are giving us stress on that social media. Stop it. Stop it. Oga, you need to rein her in. Because I don't want to unfollow her. So let's go to the gym. Now, you know many of us come there and we are just doing, we have carried husband stress and we are boxing that thing like this, as if we are boxing our husband's face. You know, I know you have seen a lot.
I don't know about that one.
You don't know? Okay. Now, this question is for you. You are building a fitness culture in Nigeria through iFitness. That is not about money alone. You know it. How does exercise and physical wellness help people manage and recover from trauma? What are your practical first steps for someone who feels too busy or too broken to start?
So I think I'll address that in two ways. Being too busy is kind of a bit different from someone who is very traumatized.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Can you share a story to illustrate this as you are giving us?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely, absolutely. So just like we said the other time, trauma means you're thrown off normal life balance, and obviously trying to regain that balance comes with it's a lot of work, right? It's a lot of work, and because we respond differently to trauma. Look at the example of the man that I just mentioned, right? Some of us have lost maybe even much more money. But his response threw him into the grave, right? Just because of the way he responded, okay? Now, for someone who is in trauma and going through that, the first thing that I would like to, if I have an opportunity to talk to someone like that, is, look, you're already beaten once. Please don't get beaten a second time, because from this one situation that is not well managed, other things can begin to develop. Now, obviously, so my mom lost her first son. That's I wasn't born at the time. She went to the hospital, and he was normal. In fact, he took his toys from the story she told us, and he went for immunization or something, and then after the injection, he got stiff and he passed. And she lost it. She totally lost it. So for like 3 weeks or so, she said she did not take her bath. She was just there in her room. She lost it. So my grandma would come, because she was the only child, and sit with her. And at some point she says, you know what? You have to just get out of this house. Let's take a walk. Let's just go outside. Of course, that was in the early 70s. There were no fitness centers or anything. But that just reminded me of the fact that getting her to leave the environment and get physically active was one of the things that she used at that time. And these are not literate people like us who understand fitness and so on and so forth. In fact, yesterday, I chatted Dr. May yesterday. It's one of my friends who is here. One of my sisters, she's, I didn't ask her to share this, but I mean, I'll just mention. She lost her son who went to play, I think he went to play football or something. 19-year-old, very healthy. You can imagine that level of trauma. I mean, it's devastating. So I took my mom one day, we were going to visit her, but we didn't get to see her because it was right in the middle of grief. And my mom said, I understand what she's going through. I have been there. There's nothing you're telling this woman that is going to stay. She has to grieve, right? And so my wife and I kept talking, and one of the things that we gifted her was membership at iFitness. And now she's just a different human being. On WhatsApp, and when I see her, I'm just grateful. Like she's found confidence and resilience in just getting to meet with other people and trying to gain that balance back. And from what Stephanie said, there's no, clear-cut solution to a devastating experience. It's almost like a void. And I think what you said was you build around it, and if acknowledging it is one thing and then building around, and I think that's what my sister has done, right? And that's why yesterday I messaged her and said, can I please invite her? Because I thought this was something that, she can really connect with. So at the end of the day, getting out of that experience and embrace the point, I want to look good, feel good. No, it's about I need to get balance. And the fact that we're meeting with other people, we're connecting with other people, and we're not wallowing in that grief till forever until something else happens and health now begins to fail is actually something that you can never quantify in naira terms. And in fact, when I tell people, iFitness, when we started off, I don't go too deep into that because we're in a panel session, it was really because we saw that non-communicable diseases accounts for 71% of deaths. It's not communicable diseases, it's life choices. Yeah. Look at the example you gave, the guy with his life choices. We don't train, we eat anything, and so on and so forth. And you know what? In nations that have very little knowledge of fitness, the life expectancy is extremely very low. The life expectancy in Nigeria is 54 years. Extremely low, one of the lowest in the world. Expectancy at 54 years, meaning 54 is the average life expectancy in Nigeria. But if the knowledge of fitness and health and wellness is higher, people just sort of know how to cope. Just like you're helping people with financial literacy. So some people have lost more than that 1 million. Maybe they've lost 500 million, 1 billion, but they did not die. You know why? They sort of say, look, and that's why every time I remember that it crosses my mind till today because I was a kid at that time. I won't die because I lost money. Because if I die, I've added more to the problem. So I don't like it, but every time I remember, it tells me, you know what? We have to find a way to build resilience around what we have. So yes, finding the right support, finding the right community, and also making sure that we regain balance through embracing wellness is actually a big deal. And you see, our fitness is our primary responsibility. The I in iFitness means the individual. So even if I was extremely very wealthy, I cannot delegate my fitness to my EA. I'm so wealthy, I can't just be doing it for me. You can't delegate it, unfortunately. So it becomes our primary responsibility. And if we don't take charge of it, we can't even blame somebody else. So I think I've said enough. Thank you very much.
You have said, you see that 54 years, I turned 50 last week. And you see this life, I will chop it.
You chop it. I agree.
That 54 is not for me.
At all. Not for anyone in this room.
It's not for anybody, it's real men. That life, this life, I'm going to chop it. My father died at 87, and I plan to go further.
By
God, please, I'm one of your people, Yes. I'm already carrying weight. God, please. You know this, we are hustling. A lot of us here own our business. I see this hustle. It's not easy. And I want you to talk about the high-performing individuals that you work with and how we sacrifice rest. You know, Stephanie went off for a month. She's working for a company. Some of us run our own businesses. And salary, 30 days make one pay. If I don't wake up from that bed, nothing happens. It's not all of us that have that luxury, or rather, we think we do not have that luxury to take time off, right? So I want you to walk us through of how does trauma, whether personal or workplace induced, show up in mental wellness. What are the strategies that actually work in building resilience? How should we be able to do all this while we are the ones that are responsible for someone's salary and someone's, our children at home, and some of us might not have the luxury of that 30-day stay-at-home kind of thing?
Thank you. So one thing that we all need to understand is that our bodies keep scores. Your body never forgets. Your body never forgets those years of sitting poorly. Your body never forgets those years of sitting long hours consistently without leaving your desk. Trauma in the workplace is not only experiential, or when you've gone through an event or an experience. It is the chronic stress of always being on. I practiced as a massage therapist for over a decade. And in my time as a massage therapist, I saw this trauma show up as serious back pain, neck tension, shoulders. Sometimes you will see visible knots on the shoulders of these people. Sometimes they will cry and scream as you're trying to ease the tension. Personally, I experienced burnout in 2020. Mine showed up as an enlarged heart. Thankfully, I was able to reverse it with intentional lifestyle changes. To build resilience in the workplace, Madam, I'm going to quote her, pay yourself in wellness. Nobody's going to do that work for you. Your body keeps scores. It never forgets how you don't take care of it. It will show up. In the workplace, I think that leaders need to model log off. They need to be seen visibly and unapologetically taking breaks off work. Because if the CEO does not disconnect, will you disconnect? So we must ensure that the CEO, the leaders are modeling, madams, show them. I know you can't take 30 days off, but let them know that you are going to iFitness. Let them know that you're getting a massage. Let them know that you're taking breaks. Let them know that you're going on leave. And then I think that we need to implement policies in the workplace where rest is now a KPI.
HR. How many HR here?
Right? So we need to normalize rest and recovery because it's a performance enhancer, right? Yeah. When you rest, you come back feeling better. Yes. Yeah. So yes, we must normalize these conversations in the workplace. Don't make people feel like they're doing something extraordinary when they're
break these cultural barriers. So wellness becomes a holistic and accepted pursuit. So let's use that to round up. So as you answer the question, just let it be before they chase us from this place.
I'll make sure it's short. Yes, the social elements of our culture is real. And the biases, or we say the unconscious biases, is there. You almost feel like when something bad happens to you, like trauma, you've done something wrong and you're ashamed. It's part of the emotions that we feel. things like this sort of conferences, there needs to be more awareness. There needs to be that conversational instances that happens, opportunities for people to talk about these things so that we break the stigma. In the workplace, what sort of systems, what sort of cultures are we creating? You know, when I started speaking at the beginning, I talked about safe spaces, psychologically safe spaces where people can express themselves. I'll give you a typical example. When we wanted to do, we have what we call psychiatrists on site. So we bring in psychiatrists, doctors, working with Dr. May, to come into the building. So we have the 24/7 online where you can talk, but we decided that we wanted to experiment with physical. And we were discussing it as a team, and a few people in my team said, nobody's going to go there. Everybody will know that the psychiatrist is in that room and nobody's going to go there. I said, let's give it a go. Let's open up slots and see how many people will sign up to talk about the issue oversubscribed. So it just tells you that the need is real and people want to talk about these things. The iFitness gentleman, I can't remember his name, talks about community and building support circles. That support system is so important. We have a lot of employee resource groups. We have the Bloom Network for our women, and we've seen it's transformed lives. Because the truth is that you're a whole being. You can't be a professional and leave your personal bits at home. Our mantra is do your best work and live your best life. And the best life is the total circle of well-being. So for me, it's really creating that safe space, awareness, education, and allowing people really, really be able to talk about these issues and getting the professionals involved so that they can guide us as a...
If you cannot help going through something, everybody, as our faces are different here, so are the little crosses that we are carrying. So let's try as much as possible to create no judgment zones, whether in the office, which is very, very important, or in the society. Something happens and you say, the person must have done something. You know, the keynote speaker said it. The person must have done something wrong. You know, that's why this thing happened to the person. Bad things happen to good people. So sometimes some things happen that you cannot explain. So if you cannot help alleviate somebody's pain or trauma, we made a promise, a pledge today. Don't add to it. As a CEO, I try to maintain an open door policy where my team can come in and talk. I've seen cases where a member of staff that used to be very gregarious, doing very well, all of a sudden, the person is now withdrawn, no zest. And, you know, up the top of your head, the first thing you want to do is give this person a query, what's wrong with you? And then you call the person, say, come, sit down, close the door, what's up? Say, nothing, what's up? There was a case like that. After, no, you can talk to me, what's going on, and all that. She was being abused at home by her husband, beaten and all that. And she couldn't talk to, this is a pharmacist. It's not a small person, a pharmacist. And she was carrying that burden. But I could see it in her eyes. There was no glow in her eyes anymore. And all that. So sometimes people just want to talk, but they don't know who to talk to. Then I directed her to where she can get help. So let's try and be there for one another. Then the other one is invest in relationships. There are some therapy that relationship can give you. The therapist can give you. How many of you have that one friend that you can call? That one friend. You know, some people say women are each other's enemy. If you're a woman here and you don't have one close one, you are in a long thing. Yes. When Dr. Maymunah called me, I was supposed to travel. I said, what date? Cancelled. Because she did it for me too. She did it for me. I called her to speak. She was supposed to travel. Her husband had to travel. She came, finished from my place, and went to the airport. Who does that? Friends. Are you a friend? So you say people are not friendly. Are you friendly? So sometimes turn the lens on yourself. So sometimes some of these things starts from little communities. Like I tell my team sometimes, you stay at work 8 to 5. Please don't make somebody's life miserable for that length of time, because it's going to carry that load home. So that's the area I want to look at it from. Being a safe space for people, having a no judgment zone, and being a friend, and then ensuring that you yourself, you have support system, a place of rest that you can go to. But before you can get that, you have to be a friend to have a friend. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. That was powerful. Are you a friend? Are you a friend? That's the question you are going to carry from today. Are you a friend?
Thank you. So I think on a much more larger scale, corporate-wise, and even going into public sector, the work that Dr. May is doing and people within that space, I don't think that space is very populated with a lot of people who are very mission-led. That helps a lot, because all of us are filled with all kinds of things that we want to do with our lives, right? I mean, these people are really pushing the agenda of mental health. So let's take it down one more step. The corporate level, there still needs to be more of that. Not every organization is prioritized to carry employee wellness as a thing. And that's because organizations by default are worried about profitability, worried about, but the likes of what, Sterling is doing and a few others, I think somehow, some way, that culture is beginning to grow. Of course, not at the pace that we want, but things like this will help for people like us that are here. At an individual level, there's still a lot of work that we need to do. So last month, one of my diary reports, there was this holiday last month, it's almost like Salah or something. So they went to a church program, and his son was abducted, 11-year-old. We were in a meeting when that happened, but then he went there at night, they didn't find his son. They've not seen that boy till today.
Oh my goodness.
It's an 11-year-old boy. I mean, this guy is devastated. If at some point he was so down, he said, it's even better for me to know if the boy is alive or not than for him to be missing. Just gone. Till today, we haven't found him. So imagine someone like that. He cannot be on his A game. Right? So we said, take all the time you need. How can we support? And so on and so forth. You see? In fact, I was saying, don't be in a hurry, because now it's getting to a point. Don't be in a hurry to come back. Don't be in a hurry. You see? So at an individual level, there's still a lot of work that we need to do, supporting those who are going through issues. Because look, the lens can turn at any point in time. You see? And maybe just one last thing to add is our health, as we have learned today, is our personal responsibility. It's so unfortunate that it's just personal. There's no way it can be shifted, right? So I remember one preacher that was saying, whatever you do, just don't die. Whatever it is you do. Whatever life throws, because once you go, that's the end, right? So yes, this has happened, a bad blow to the face, so and so. Okay, imagine that my diary report, the son is lost. Imagine in the heat of that, he has a heart attack. The wife is now worried with 2 issues. So building resilience even before issues happen is key. Remember that the test of your strength is not when things are rosy. It's when things are very hard. So things like this, like not because we pray for it, because nobody does, but having that strength and the resilience even before it happens, knowing that, look, my health is my responsibility. I acknowledge what is happening, but I have to find a way to start gaining balance. It's actually a very big takeaway. And that is something that we have to do, all by ourselves. Thank you very much.
Hold on, madam. You have to go back to that chair. We have one more person. Oh yeah, Tega.
Okay, so I would like to reiterate community support. I would say find your tribe, right? I belong to a community. It's called Kick-Ass Moms. And it was a tribe that helped me find, myself. And it helped me validate that I was not alone. Sometimes when you're going through issues, you feel like I'm the only one going crazy. And then you find another woman says, oh, this is where I am. And you're like, okay, it's not only me. Find your tribe. I participated in the marathon this year for the first time in my life ever, but I did it with people because I saw a friend of mine modeling the behavior. She was walking every time. I said, how are you doing this? I joined her and we started, she prepared us for the marathon and I did the whole night. I didn't run, I walked. The whole 10 kilometers, right? But because I was able to find my tribe, and then we must also ensure that we model the behaviors. Don't keep it to yourself. That thing that you're doing that is making, that soap that you're using to bath that is making you shine, cut it for other people. Tell everybody what you're, and then be open to holding other people because together we can make it work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I enjoyed this more than all of you did. Thank you so much. Dr. Una, Dr. Maymunah, you see that retreat that you have been holding? You are going to announce it this night. So all of you, maybe you came here free. You better hold your money. Next year, Dr. Maymunah is having a retreat, 3 days retreat, and you're all going to come. Because we all need it. So announce it fully. This is a challenge. Oga, 3 days, we are going away, we are leaving you. You are not coming with us. No, I don't, no, Oga is not coming. My Oga too is not coming. Are they coming? They are not coming now. Oga, stay at home. Yeah, so, we have overstayed. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you very much.
Give it up for this panel. So please don't leave yet. Dr. Maymunah, our convener, is coming up to join the photographs and to give tokens of appreciation to all our panelists. Please, I need help with those gifts. Yes, I need. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Yes. Let me do my own product. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, she would share them. Thank you to our moderator for excellent question asking and digging deeper. Please appreciate her. Thank you so much. Then we say thank you to all our panelists for the insights shared from your perspectives with calls to action for each and every one of us to take, not just as individuals, as individual fitness, but as a collective fitness, C-fitness, for all of us and our organizations to take back to our HR groups, our HR communities, HR leaders, to take back to our team leads, to take back as parents. Please hold on, we'll take a group one with everyone holding, if you don't mind. To take back as parents, to take back as friends, to be the shoulders that others can lean on as well. And of course, to remember that we should pay ourselves in health, not just in money. There are so many nuggets that we could hold on to. And of course, Madam Dali said she was setting up structures, not knowing that she would be one of the primary beneficiaries of same structures. So everything we're doing for others, let's also remember that we will be primary beneficiaries of the structures that we set up. No judgment zones. I think there's a new phrase around town. We listen, we don't judge. We listen, we don't judge. In fact, now we're going to take it further and say, we listen, we don't judge, we support, we encourage, we will not see you cry. You are preaching right now. Let's go together. We listen, we don't judge, we support together. We listen, we don't judge, we support, we encourage, we will not see you cry. Oh my Lord God. Because that's why we came here, to take things away for wisdom's sake. Don't leave me. That we can put into action. Thank you all so much for your support, your kindness, your love, and your words of wisdom, your intervention. We have 2 more major things to do, and then we'll get to the food. Now, let me talk about the food. Can I talk about the food? Just a little bit. There's healthy food for you. It's packed to go, but outside, pizza galore, ice cream, what's the other thing? Yogurt, and all the other chop. So please, don't run off. We're almost done. We have 2 very quick interventions, and then it's time to eat and enjoy the rest of the day. There's party after party. There's music. There's drinks. All of that. There's photographs and all. Not doctor.
Professor Rosemary Ogu was supposed to be on one of the panels earlier. She had to fly from Port Harcourt. And no matter whether the plane could take off, could not take off, took off on time, didn't take off on time, she made it here. Consultant, O&G, obstetrician and gynecologist, gone through the ranks, now Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Port Harcourt, my alma mater, unique Uniport. Please welcome Professor Rosemary Ogu for 2 minutes to share a word. She came, she made it, and we are grateful she continued to show up. Please keep clapping till she gets here. Divisima, welcome.
Thank you, Uniport. Thank you. Oh, we made it. We made it. You want me to move? Thank you very much, MC. Greetings, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start like that. The dear chairman for this occasion, esteemed organizers, Dr. May, our ambassador for happiness, our son, nice to see you, sir. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, it's an honor to be here. Well, we almost didn't make it. Our flight was cancelled. There was no flight out of Port Harcourt this morning. And then we were on the first flight out by noon, got here, looking for vehicles and all that. But we are here, and I am proud to be here at this third mental health conference, reflecting on the theme of trauma. This gathering is both timely and necessary, because too often we view trauma only in extreme terms, wars, disasters, violence. But in reality, trauma can also emerge from everyday pressures of life, from economic uncertainties, gender inequalities, the demands of work, the pain of childbirth, or even in the silent endurance of the roles that society has placed on us. As an obstetrician, I have witnessed how birth trauma can shape a woman's mental health journey. As an academic, I have seen how stresses in universities affect both students and staff. Publish or perish, score a certain mark, finish when other people are finishing. Your mates did it in 4 years. Trauma, psychological trauma. As a leader in the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, I have seen how cultural blind spots often silence women's struggles while demanding their resilience. Bear it. Other women have done it. There's nothing inside. Bear it. Keep quiet. Don't talk. So when we have this gathering like this, where we have a platform to break that silence, where we talk and name the trauma, understand the impact, and more important, inequity and justice. For me, mental health at the heart of work and society means that we cannot build strong families, productive workplaces, or a thriving nation if people are silently breaking inside. Wellness must therefore move from being a private luxury to being a public priority. I'm looking forward to the outcomes of this conversation today, because together we can reimagine a society that not only responds to trauma, but actively works to prevent it through education, policy, and community support. Congratulations, Dr. May. Congratulations to every one of us. Thank you.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic University of Port Harcourt, Professor Rosemary Ogu. Thank you so much for your intervention. And we'll have your gift up here, please, love. Thank you very much. We have a gift to Dr. May. We'll make sure she does this, please. Oh, Dr. May, do we bring it there? Yes. No, you make it back up. Okay. Prof, please just come up with us. And up here to the center where it says, what's your story? And please, I'll need help once again to share, just this way to the front, please. We need help to shift the chairs away for the next story that is coming that you want to listen to. While Professor was speaking, I remember one of my trauma experiences in my 3rd year in University of Port Harcourt. I was 20. I was vice president of my fellowship. I was vice president of the Anatomy Students Association. And then I got pregnant. And I had a baby. And it was, wow. My parents, church leaders, could have been the death of me. But right there in my 5th month, going back to school on one of those days, I said, this is not going to break me. This is actually now going to make me. He's going to graduate next year from university. He's been a steady 4.7 CGPA student. We'll be working together next week for the first time at the same conference where I will be MC and he'll be a staff because he's interning with the NESG. It's a landmark event for me because of that. That for the first time he will not be at a conference where mommy is MC as my son. He will be there as my colleague. And that's one of the reasons why I'm starting a mentorship program in November this year. He's born November 10. We're starting November 11. 23 years later, I'm ready. I've done mentorship programs before, but never like this. I'm ready to hold the hands of 99 people. And why did I choose 99? Many of us know one song. You leave the 99, always for the one. That there's a shepherd that can leave 99 to look for one. But why can you leave the 99? Because they're strong and they're together. So that if one goes, the shepherd will not be worried about the 99. Y'all all right. Let's go and get that one that doesn't know yet what can be. So November 11, I look forward to that day. Our trauma will now be the bedrock on which others will grow and not experience our trauma. They will be strengthened for theirs because they will meet theirs. And when they meet it, they'll say, I know you, I've been expecting you, and now that you're here, sit down, let's have a conversation. Because I'm also going to step on your head and grow to higher heights. It is on this that I welcome our next speaker, who is a multiplicity of entrepreneurship in herself across continents, not just within Nigeria or Africa. She's very successful. Yes, I would like the chairs to be taken to the sides. Very successful global citizen. She's a woman's advocate, not only an advocate, she's a strength, a pillar for women's health and all those beautiful things that she talks about and she commits her time, her energies, and her resources to. And today she has graced us to share her story at the Mental Health Conference 3.0. I don't know how Dr. May finds these amazing people to bring, but I am honored that today we have with us Dr. Olasimbo Davidson as she comes up to share with us her story. Please receive her with an applause as she comes up, and she'll be right here at the center of the room to share your story, please. Thank you. Welcome.
I need to have your number. Okay. Thank you so much. So I know you're all looking a bit tired, but we're going to do a little exercise so that we can get a bit more active. So good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. May. I'm so honored to be here today. And I want to start by saying, I'm not going to repeat what everybody has said because everybody has said a lot about trauma. So I'm just going to start with one little focus, which is, do you know that a lot of us have emotional wounds because of trauma that we suffered as children, okay? Do we know that? How many people? Okay, good. So I'm just going to summarize what sort of childhood traumas we need to be looking out for, because if we know them at our places of work, any community we're in, social, even your own family people, you'll be able to say, this person needs to go for counseling. This person will, situation has happened to somebody, then you would know. So you wouldn't have to wait for them to look depressed. You wouldn't have to wait for them to tell you, this person already had a childhood trauma. So they call it adverse childhood experience, ACE, okay? So if we're going to do a little exercise, I'm going to just read out some of the ACE incidents. So I want you to take your phone, take your phone and act like you're going to dial me. I don't know my number, okay? So you're going to go to your keypad where you normally write your number and press send. But you're not going to dial anyone's number. You're just going to put down some scores, okay? So I'm going to ask you, this situation ever happened to you? Put down 2, okay? Type 2. It's not a number, so it's not a telephone number, so it won't go anywhere. If that situation never happened to you, type 0. We're not going to share individually, so don't worry, I'm not going to call you and say E. And if you ever had an ACE, then there's something that is been hiding in your system. You probably don't know it's affecting the way you decide what to do. It's affecting the way you bring up your own children. It's affecting the way you see life. And it has tiny, tiny ant holes. Has anybody experienced that? You just watch something that it looked okay. When you bring it back, it has tiny little ant holes inside. And you wonder which insect has been chewing this. That is exactly how it is in our own mind. Once you have a trauma, you have those tiny, tiny little holes, but you can't see them. They're not like the ones on your body. Like you say, oh, this is a cut. I need to get plaster. I need to go and see a doctor. You can't see them. They're invisible. But guess what? Some people can see them. So they can see them, and sometimes the other person can see it. And sometimes, for women, that person has a bad intention because he can see that your few holes. Okay, let's start. So, ready? Okay, so ever lived with a parent who was an alcoholic? A parent, whether it was mother or father, who was a very heavy drinker, was always partially drunk or fully drunk. Type your 2 or 0. If it's yes, you did live with a parent who had alcoholism, was always drunk, you need to type yourself 2. If not, type 0. Okay? Your parents were not divorced. If your parents were divorced when you were young, don't forget this is childhood, when you were under 18, your parents separated or they were divorced. If it's true, type 2. If it's not true, type 0. Okay. She's telling me. Okay, can you write it somewhere? So, because you have to keep track of what I've said. If you say it, you can't remember how many 2s you said. You see? Because I want you to add it up at the end and I want to ask how many people got a particular, okay? So, that one is just 1. How many of us lived in a family where there was hardly enough to eat? That means there was food poverty. There was hardly enough to eat when you were young. I'm not saying now. When you were under 18, you used to ration food. Sometimes you go to bed hungry. Sometimes the food your parents give you is just not enough. You're hungry. That, if it's true, type 2. You're laughing at. If it's not true, type 0. Yeah. Okay. How many of us lived in a house where father was beating the mother or mother was beating the father? Because some mothers beat fathers. Okay. If it's true, you witnessed, even if it wasn't your parents, you witnessed your father beating up your sibling very badly, or your mother beating up your sibling. There must be some sort of domestic violence in that family. So if it's true, 2. If it's not true, 0. How many of us lived with a parent who had mental illness, and not just a mild one, a very severe mental illness, in that the person will be behaving in an odd way, saying some things, they don't mean it, but when they were under that attack, they were saying some negative things. So if that is true, 2. If it's not true, 0. Okay. Then, anybody ever lived with a family where you were not appreciated? Now, I'll tell you how that actually manifests. Anything you do, there's something wrong with it. So you're always under constant criticism. You kept on trying to see how you can be happy, how you can make your parents happy, but somehow, and it's usually linked to academics. 2, if it's true, they're always not happy with your academics, even when you felt you were doing good. So they'll keep on comparing you. See this person getting A. You only person getting B here and getting C. Why didn't you come first? You should be coming first. I don't think you are doing well enough. You better, sit up. So that one is 2 if it's positive. And of course, it's chronic because they keep on saying it. They keep on saying it. Anytime you bring your medical report, your school report card, I just don't know why you didn't come first. Okay, that one is 2 if it's positive. Okay, then have you ever had any parents that went to a prison, even for a short while? 0, hopefully nobody here. 0, and if it's positive, that is 2. And then if you ever had to stay with some other people and not your family members, that means your parents decided you should go and live with your auntie, go and live with your uncle, go and live with whoever when you were young. That is, you were told to go and live elsewhere, okay? That is positive, it's 2. And if you've never gone to live with anybody, that is still 0, okay? And if you've never been bullied in school, that is 0. You were bullied in school for any number of reasons, that is 2. Chronic bullying up to the level of high school is 2, okay? If you were the bullier, okay. Right? So, nobody died when you were young. Your parents were alive until you were 18. If they died when you were young, one of them or both of them, it's a 2. Okay? Any of them died when you were young, it's a 2. Okay? So, you were never beaten with a stick when you were young. Stick, ruler, whatever it is. And it's not just this type of... No, hold on, no. It's not this one, no. It's not this one, I just tap somebody's hand, though. The real caning. You are going to... They will tell you that, go and bring me my cane. That one, if you ever suffered it, even if it's just 2 strokes, 3 strokes, it's a 2. If they used to beat you with a ruler, but it's not like a it's not very painful, but it's still they're beating you with a ruler. They say, bring out your hand, is it not? And they beat your hand until your hand can fall off. That one is still a 2. It's still a 2 because they thought it was normal. But we now know that extreme punishment is not normal. So anybody who also went through in school, hold your 2 ears and be doing like this for 100 times. Or you have to stand on one leg, and if they see you doing anything, they'll beat you. So the kind of punishment that schools used to give people, they were bad. Some of them thought they were doing us a service. Not true. So if the school used to punish you like that too, that is 2. Okay? If in school they used to insult you in front of the other children in school, that's a 2. That means the teacher will always find something negative about you to say in class. That's a 2. Okay? That's a 2. So I think I almost covered all the... okay, yes. If you've ever been under any type of ethnic hatred, racism, discrimination, at work, school, or it couldn't be at work unless you were working before you were 18, at school usually, or at home. You felt the environment where you lived, the community where you lived were a bit, discriminatory or a bit racist, or you just felt that there was an ethnic hatred or religious hatred in the area you lived. That is what you call some sort of structural violence. They call it structural violence. There's a very deep-seated discrimination or ethnic hatred when you were growing up in that particular neighborhood, okay? That's a 2. Okay? Who did not have any 2s? I want to see that fantastic person. No 2s. Just 0, 0, 0 from the beginning to the end. I want to see your hand. In Nigeria. Anywhere at all. Nobody, okay, no, not you. Somebody got only 1, 2. I want to see you. This is fantastic. Only 1, 2. Congratulations. Honestly, because many of us are not going to have 1, 2. So if you have only 1, 2, you are actually not bad in terms of the amount of holes you have in your, yes. But if you had more than 1, 2, even 2 2s is something. That means you had some trauma. And that trauma may be affecting you today. I'll give you an example of somebody who went through a kind of childhood trauma where parents were telling her she was not good enough, not doing well enough, not clever enough. The next door neighbor and the friend's daughter, always cleverer than this girl. So she grew up with that, I'm not good enough. Anytime I even try to get a higher mark in school, I'm still not good enough. So, well, let me just accept it. But this lady eventually did well. She went to university, even though she was not so-called good enough. She got to university, and she passed. She did a lot of things. So this person was carrying this trauma. I happened to be the person in HR. In this big organization, we had more than 5 branches. We had branches in Kenya, we had branches in Nigeria, we had branches in Ghana, we had branches in Cairo, we had branches everywhere. So this lady was one of the CEOs. She wasn't a small person. It was one of the CEOs in one of the branches. So she and the chairman of the conglomerate had a big argument about something. And unfortunately for her, she had not gone for any kind of therapy. So they were in the middle of a boardroom. Can you imagine a boardroom where chairman, all the big people are sitting down there? And he suddenly told her, give me your report for last week. So she was telling him, okay, we did this. He just got up and said, you know, I've been suspecting you. You're completely useless. So and so. I don't know who even employed this lady. Who even employed this lady? People are looking at him like, chairman, please calm down. No. I must talk. You see this lady? She's the worst kind of person who could have hired. So the woman was looking at him. Me? Said, yes, you. You're totally useless. You see, she's already had what? A traumatic childhood where somebody in her family is telling her she's totally useless. So what happened to her? Within 5 minutes of the man shouting at her, you are totally useless. I don't even know what you've done for this organization. I don't know what you've done. Nobody can see your results. She burst into tears. This is a CEO. So as soon as she let go and burst into tears, everybody was like, so this is all she's, so she's so, emotional. She cannot be a leader. So they were looking at her. Hold yourself now. Hold yourself. What are you crying for? She said, no, why do I have to cry? Why would they call me useless? She started telling, why would you call me useless? He said, but because you are useless. Then you said, I'm useless. She just took her bag and walked out of the chairman of this company. 2 things she did wrong. Even if you're going to burst into tears, you need to have a way to try to compose yourself. Then you burst into tears, you started talking to the guy, to the chairman. Why would you call me useless? Next thing, she took her bag and she said, I'm not going to stay here 1 more minute. And she walked out. If that woman had gone for some kind of therapy, do you think she would have done it? She would have known that I'm not useless. This is just, yes, this is just somebody's opinion of me. I'm not useless. So she called me, of course, started crying again. I walked out on the chairman. What do I do now? So I said, you really did? You actually did it. Say, I did it. Oh, my goodness. I knew there was going to be trouble. I said, please, can you go and apologize quickly before he escalates it? No, he said I was useless. I'm not going to apologize for that. He has to apologize to me. I said, no. He said, he's the chairman of the company. You are not. So him, there's some things that don't go well in corporate. He might apologize to you in private, but in public, he won't. Because he has an ego too. Oh, no. You see, it's not fair for him to call me useless. When I was busy arguing, I saw my phone ringing. Guess who it was? Please, do you know what happened today? I said, oh, sir, no. I just got to hear a little bit about it. Well. He started going on about what happened. She needs to go now. Just get rid of her. She has no capacity to be a CEO. Who even employed the girl? So you can see what's happening. This career of this woman went like this because that little trauma she had been facing, she had never bothered to address it. Somebody's telling you are useless. I told her, I said, if you take $1,000 note and put it in the dustbin and stamp on it and squeeze it, is it now a $1 note? No. It is still a $1,000 note. He said, yes. So how come you are useless? Your value is your value, no matter what somebody calls it. Do you see? And there's another one that I can tell you about that is common for women. This woman, I was going through a divorce. I was working in that company as a CEO. So she came from England, said she was now coming to Nigeria to come and settle because she can't stay in England anymore. Okay. So she started working as one of the managers. Within 6 months, having an affair with this. Guess what is happening? Her own trauma was that she was rejected as a child. Are you getting me now? So, when you have a parent figure who is not really, they already show the children that they're really into. That is what you call favoritism in a family. It happened to me. I had a father who had some favorites. Me and my twin brother were not his favorites at all. Okay, and they will show it to you, you know. Because when those people come and say, Daddy, I want this. Oh, darling, you can have it. When you come, Daddy, can you go and sit down? What are you? You know. So this one suffered a lot of rejection. Now, no marriage. But you see, she carried those wounds into her marriage. Are you getting it now? So the marriage cannot work because you are getting into a boat that has holes. Because everything you have a hole, the boat, you have not mended anything. You are now inviting somebody into that boat with holes. And then you want it to work. Of course, as soon as anything happens, that rejection will come up again. Oh, you are doing it because you don't really like me. You don't really love me. So the poor man will be wondering, what's all this about? I'm just trying to tell you that this thing, maybe you shouldn't have done it. No, it's just about you don't really like me. So they carry it on until the person runs away from frustration. And can you see? So she's already carrying more and more problems. Got into a new organization, started having affairs. Okay? Because the rejection, know how it works. One nice guy will just look at you, oh, this one is definitely one of those people I can just use. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, you're so... And then somebody who has never been appreciated. Oh, really? You like what I'm wearing today? Oh, nice. You want to take me to dinner? Oh, I will go to dinner. So she starts falling into that man's trap. And not because he actually wants something out of her, not because he really likes her. So the same vicious cycle is happening again. He doesn't really like her. So as soon as anything happens, hey, I got here before you. I'll get you sacked. Just that. But you said you love me. No, love? You just love in an office. You must be joking. Are you getting it? And that's what happened to her. Before you know what, she was sacked. Can you see now? So all these vulnerabilities from your childhood trauma, we've got to address it. And I can say there's a policy I really want us to do. And the policy is that if we're at work, if you're working in anywhere, you need to at least talk to your management. They need to screen people. There must be a screening. And that screening has a lot of, even the questions I ask is part of the screening. Ask those questions. Why is it important? Because the person may not actually know. How did I find out that somebody was gaslighting me? My former husband was gaslighting me. And what is gaslighting? The person will say, I didn't do that. He did something, you will say, it never happened. Am I dreaming? Didn't he say, that's gaslighting? You start thinking you're the one going mad. So I was going to go for this, my PhD university residency in, it was Barcelona. So they sent me a questionnaire. I thought it was so strange. What kind of questions are these? Questions I already asked you. They wanted to know if I had any vulnerabilities. They now said, have you ever been gaslighted by your husband? Ha, I put yes. And of course, somebody contacted me. See, I have to be careful. Do you really want to go to that? I said, What has that got to do with going to a conference? Because you see, when you are vulnerable, you meet somebody that is not really yours to have. Maybe somebody else's husband. Are you getting me now? Because I'm facing some vulnerability, and that trauma is coming from somewhere too, because I also was rejected. My father would always smile at me if I get A. Can you imagine a life like that? I grew up like that. Everybody was allowed to get B, but me, what did you get? I got B plus. What? Are you stupid? And you start talking everything. If you try it again, okay, what position is that? That is fourth. Fourth? You must be really stupid then, you know? I was just never good enough, my dad. I will try and try. I will still get the A. Daddy, I got A this time. What is the position? It's third. You still didn't get first, but you're the one that said I should get A. This is the A now. No. I said first. No, Daddy, you say A. Go away. So I was just like, how can I ever make this man happy? So that thing is a trauma, because it's constantly telling you you're not good enough for anything. So that is something we all have to look at. Whatever you wrote down as your number twos, start thinking about how you're going to sort it out. Okay? Thank you very much.
Dr. May is going to come up and say thank you and give a gift of appreciation. Please help us here. Thank you so much. Everyone, did we enjoy this session? Very practical. Your twos and your zeros. Some people had 2,200,2022. It's fine. The issue is we have solutions. She'll be here to take questions from you privately. Because of the time, we cannot convert this into a Q&A session. Some people have questions, I know. So, yes, the question, some people want to know if they can get the questions. Okay, so we'll figure that one out whilst we're taking the photograph so that we can go on to this next item. We have 2 items left. One involves all of us. We did it before, and we'll do it again. What did we do together before? The pledge? Is that all we did together? Okay. Do you want to sing again? There's some people that were like, what's it? Now they're like, Auntie Yinka Davis is still here. I had said it before, right? She's still here. Against all, she has stayed through with us to enjoy the evening, and she's ready to take us to the next level. And after that, we'll have the one final outing that we all will enjoy together. Please receive Auntie Yinka Davis! Somebody needs to sing for her. She's coming. Sing for her. Sing for her. Use her name to sing. Want to go?
Yeah, she was talking, I was listening. So I wanted to bring it so that she can know that we were doing class. It's been a wonderful day, hasn't it? Hold your hands. Cross your hands. Don't hold cross it and hold the one that is next to you. No, you can hold Daddy. That's okay. Let this one. No, use the other proper hand. So as though you can't cross because you guys are closer. So you can like hook it, you know. You see they've been doing. So hold his hand. Hey, that's sexier. But these ones have to do that. There's so many. When we're not children, because later on we found out that some people have Barney, and they say, I love you. Let's sing it together. We are. Okay, Mommy, give that your hand to that man. No, this other hand. Then give this hand to her. Say you love me too. Believe me, that song is very therapeutic. Very therapeutic. It will heal you. It will elevate you. It will make you smile. It will help your children. You hold your children too. Some, I don't know the ones from the East. I wish I knew, but I know the one that Yoruba will sing. Ẹnikẹ́ni tí wọ́n bá nípa láti ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́ fún òun náà lẹ́ni kejì rẹ̀ tọ́jú. Just look at your neighbor, and look at him, where or her. Ẹnikẹ́ni tí wọ́n bá nípa láti ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́ fún òun náà lẹ́ni kejì rẹ̀. Yeah, give that your hand to that lady, and then you give this hand to this. Oh, yeah, come on now. Òun náà lẹ́ni kejì rẹ̀ rántí. This other hand. Don't worry about the recording. Just hold her hand. Don't worry. Òun náà lẹ́ni kejì rẹ̀ rántí. Rántí o. Ẹnikẹ́ni bí wọ́n bá nípa láti ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́. As you join your group. Òun náà lẹ́ni kejì rẹ̀ tọ́jú rẹ̀. If I continue here, I will just start lamenting. So I don't know. God bless. Maybe I'll collect gift to say, and I will not take photo.
Give it up for Auntie Yinka Davis. Please welcome Dr. May as she comes up to give a gift to you, to say thank you, because this is ministry.
Please, may not shout, because this is now I have collected gift,
Please, to the center here. Ma, I'm looking. Yes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. Thank God. That's why you are being such a blessing to the world, because you have refused that others will have this many tools and even more. And Tinka, that's the truth. Everything I know about you is that you're always looking out for people. That one I know. Me and you know go how many states together. Which year be that? 2017 or so. Or 2018. We were on a tour together. We were seatmates on the bus from Jos to Enugu to Port Harcourt and all she does is care for people and love upon us. And she will make us sing on the bus. I still have some of those videos, Auntie. I experienced you making sure that we were happy all the time, making sure that we were well taken care of. She was ill. She was taking malaria meds, but she was still looking out for us. Don't worry, Nami, remember. I still remember we took us to a hotel in Abuja that you thought could have been better, and you insisted that they moved us to a better place. Thank you. Thank you, Ma. Thank you. I love you. Thank you so much. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family with a great big hug and a mwah to you. Won't you say you love me too? I love you, Barney. Thank you so much. The dance is still here to perform. They've refused to let us go home without giving us one more rendition. Can we collect it? Do we have space for it? Do we want to get it? Welcome. Let me be sure they're still here. Are we ready? Yes, they are. They're here. They're here. They're here. They're here. They're here. Huh? Art Niger. They said there's still one more performance. As they're setting up their drums, let me welcome the representative from Eat and Go to come up stage and speak to us. Eat and Go has fed us fat today, and they will continue to feed us. We have all sorts to eat. They've supported. They've been our product partner, sponsor for today. Please give it up for Eat and Go. That is the house behind. Well, tell us.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Yeah, we're here to tell our story. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. May, distinguished guest. It's such an honor to be here. We're from Eat and Go. Eat and Go is the home for the franchises of Domino's Pizza, Cold Stone Creamery, and Pinkberry Frozen Yogurt here in Nigeria. We have a couple of other brands as well that are upcoming, and it's such an honor and a pleasure for us to be here. The theme of trauma for this mental health conference is something that we're also passionate about. As has been discussed here, we all are people that we want to create safe spaces. We want Nigerians to have, passionate experiences that are around self-care, ensuring that the other person is getting better, is having a good time with life, and that's what we try to do with our product. And, we all encourage you to, what we've learned here, let's practice that wherever we go with service delivery, just like we do with our services, also in businesses that we own. Let's ensure that we're doing that. Whenever you're down, there are some depressions, there are some traumas that just taking time to indulge in pizza, having a scoop of ice cream is going to treat you. Exact, ice cream is sure to get you there. So be sure to, whenever you're in those moments, ensure to have that. Also, and whenever a friend, wants to pass across an important message to you, they want to share their trauma with you, please be open to them, be in a good environment. Order pizza, discuss with them over a box of pizza, discuss with them over a cup of ice cream or frozen yogurt. And we just want everyone to know that resilience is something that Nigeria, Africans have come to be known for, and we want to encourage everyone seated here to just keep that spirit alive. The economy may not be the best. There are things that we all want to get to. Just as been discussed here, we all have stories. We all have things that we're individually dealing with. However, in spite of it, we would still keep going, right? And that's what we're doing as a business. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of this. And we wish everyone to enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you very much, Dr. May. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Eat and Go. Where all of us who have had different times when we wanted to just calm down, and so we just did it over a cup of ice cream, you know what I'm saying? Or some pigberry yogurt, you know what I'm saying? Or some,
Eat and Go came when I least expect. Yeah. So sometimes you are doing something and people are watching, and you don't know who is there watching. They have a mission for the month of October to support a cause on mental health. Yes. And I have this program coming up today, and it just synchronized. So we are not only they're not only supporting for this conference, we are going to a secondary school. We haven't named the secondary school, so maybe somebody in the audience, your alumni, maybe that's the one we should visit with the pizza, ice cream, and yogurt. They already have enough pizza and ice cream for that school already. The mail, I can see the mail. Yeah, the boxes they want to deploy, so enough, up to like 300 students we have ice cream and yogurt in this month of October. So thank you so much, Eat and Go. Thank you. We are hoping in our 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, 7.0, 8.0, 9.0, Eat and Go will come in bigger, better, louder, and bolder. Thank you.
Take a good photo with them. Thank you so much. Yes, one person comes there. All right, look at the camera, smile, and say, Eat and Go. Thank you, please. All right. Distinguished guests, Art Niger is about to perform. After they do, I would invite almost all of us on stage for one final activity that we'll do together. Scream, shout, and get ready for 4.0. Shall we do that? For now, welcome Art Niger! Keep clapping for Art Niger and the amazing performance. Thank you so much. Thank you. Has it been a wonderful evening? Wonderful day? What time is it right now? What time did you get here? Have you tried? I bet clap for yourself. While you're doing that, please continue to clap as I celebrate the presence of Barrister Sir Gregory Otu, National President of Isako Club of 81, and the Managing Director and CEO of Marked Securities Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for honoring us with your presence and for being here all through. And we know that you have become an advocate if you weren't before now. Thank you so much, sir. My Edo people will say, oh, I. Obilu, bilu, bilu. Yes, sir. Distinguished guests, guess what? Guess what? We still have an activity to go. Yes. What did you say? Yes, that's the activity. Yes. But before you do come on stage, I would like to welcome our founder to come on stage with her mentor, her sponsor, her bobo, her sugar daddy, her odogu parana, her wine. And they would stand here and tell us their story. So that's a joke. But you'll stand here. Their daughter Zainab, who is here, come and stand by parents. Yes. Our speakers who are still here and our special guests, please come up here as well. Has it been a wonderful evening? Wonderful day? Day of conversations that can be converted to action? Yes, please, ma'am. Barrister, sir, please, you come up and join us up here. Our moderator that is still here, please join up. If any of our speakers still here, please join up on stage. Thank you so much. Our sponsors and the representative of our sponsors from Sterling Bank, from Seplat Energy, please join up on stage. Sterling Bank has a stand outside for those of us who still want to interact with them, who want to open accounts. This is a great time to get them on board. Yes, please just face the front. I'll be here. We'll look forward. We'll smile. Then those who are wearing green, you come and stand near us. I'm joking. I'm joking. Wait, hold on. We're almost there. Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you do. You come. We want, yes, come row by row. Just keep coming. Please take a step to where the speakers are. Yes, the speakers might block some of us. It's okay. Just come. Come up. Come. Some will sit. Some will stand. Some will come up here. So just keep coming. Find a place to fit in as long as you do not cover the face
of anyone else. Just come in and fit in somewhere. Some of the gentlemen, please, will beg you. You see those chairs right in front of you? Just like, see that one? This one here is free. There's no bag or anything. Just turn it around and bring it to the front. Some people can sit on it. Thank you. That's a gentleman taking action there. You can move that to the next. Yes. And just turn around. Yes. If you sit, some people might block you. So we want you to stand so that some other people can sit on the chair in front. Yes. He's turning. Is he getting some help? Yes. Is somebody helping him? Yes. Before we take the photo, I would ask Dr. May to say into the microphone the theme for the Mental Health Conference 4.0. We will know it. Auntie Yika, please come up. Please come. I didn't know you were still here. Ma. Hey, want my ancestors to look for me. Please come up. Please come up. Yes, the chairs are being turned around. Those who are still remaining can sit. Yes, when I'm sure that we are, and the men who turned the chair, please sit on the chair. Yes, turn it. In other places, I will say when the men finish, I'll say women sit. Sorry. Yes, Antika is here. So, are we ready to know the theme of the Mental Health Conference 4.0? Are we ready? All right, I'll hand over to our founder who will tell us.
No, I think it's good for us, someone to guess what the theme for the Mental Health Conference 4.0 will be. There is a prize for it, 1 million. You have failed already. Which one is silly? You have it's like not dead there. It's not dead there. It's not dead there.
Well,
hope. It's not dead.
Wellness.
It's depression. Wellness. Where?
Wellness. Wellness.
Rest.
Yes. Wellness. Wellness.
Wellness. Rest. Growth. Pressure.
Depression.
Strive. What?
Anxiety.
Light. Love. Let us end it. You can't get it. Forget.